السلام عليكم جميعا. صباح الخير. Very good morning to all.
Good morning.
We will be starting inshallah shortly now in a minute. I just wanted to welcome you all here this morning, and a special thanks to you all, and also special thanks to Professor Hussein Nasser, who's going to present his keynote speech inshallah today, this morning. Thank you all for joining us, and I hope that you will stay with us for the remaining of the day, for the rest of the day, inshallah. Thanks a lot. We will start, inshallah, now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Arafat Al-Jamil, joining you again from the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Kassalala. We welcome you to the first UTAS International Conference on Communication Studies, Media, Communication and Culture in the Digital Age. It is indeed a great pleasure to meet you on Google Meet for the second time. Yesterday, we had enriching sessions on three themes: new media and society, mass communication, and organizational communication. We walked together through several interesting research papers, each of which sheds a light on enriching findings. Today, we will have Professor Dr. Hussein Nasser as the keynote speaker. So let's go quickly through his bio information. Dr. Nasser is a professor of mass communication in the Department of Journalism and Online Media at Sultan Qaboos University. He earned his PhD in media, specifically in journalism, from the University of Maryland in the United States in 1996. He authored several books, including News Editing, Media Theories, Mass Communication, New Media, Contemporary Arab Media, Media Laws and Ethics, International Communication, Investigative Reporting, and many others. He was hosted as keynote speaker at several international and regional conferences, and he also chaired scientific committees and sessions in conferences in England, Cyprus, Turkey, Tunisia, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Greece. He also contributed to the evaluation and the design of academic programs in the media and journalism for universities in the Sultanate of Oman, Kuwait, Palestine, Sudan, and Bahrain. Now, let's welcome Professor Nasser to deliver his keynote speech entitled "The Future of Journalism in the Age of Digital Platforms."
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Arafat. Thank you, Dr. Saeed. It is my pleasure to join you this morning to share some of my views about the future of journalism, the topic which I wrote about many refereed and public articles before. Now, while we gather here to exchange knowledge about media and communication in the digital age, there are thousands of events are happening in Oman and around the world. Statements made by politicians, economists, financiers, and scientists, incidents in which some people die or are injured, and decisions that may affect our lives are taken now. All these events happen outside our self-awareness, and we cannot know anything about them unless they are transmitted by thousands of journalists who roam the world to collect news and distribute it through many media outlets, or what we call now, and in this presentation, publishing platforms. We are now talking with great concern about the future of journalism in the digital age. While there are still tens of thousands of newspapers and magazines published in the world, and there are still about 600,000 people in the world who make journalism their profession, according to the International Federation of Journalists. In my presentation, inshallah, I will talk about this future. I will address my vision of the future of journalism through a critical analytical reading of the history and the current reality of this important media outlet, and to proceed from the current reality towards predicting the future, inshallah. My presentation consists of a number of axes covering the theoretical vision of the future of journalism presented by the theory of media morphosis, the difference between the future of journalism and the future of printed journalism, and the dialectic of survival and disappearance, and the possibilities of a new renaissance of the journalism. I will start with the first idea, the idea of a theory of media morphosis. In 1997, Roger Fidler wrote about the media morphosis. It became a theory that stated that new media do not arise suddenly, but transform from something that is existing or emerge gradually from the transformation, while the older forms of media tend to adapt and evolve rather than disappearing. Fidler defines the organic morphology of the media as a standard way of thinking about the technological development of media. He says, by studying the human communication system as a whole, we will see that new media do not arise automatically, but gradually emerge as a result of organic transformation. He believes that media, like other systems, respond to external pressures by reorganizing themselves like living organisms. It evolves to increase its chances of survival and to keep speed with changes in a changing environment. Fidler bases the principle of organic transformation of the media from three concepts: co-evaluation, convergence, and complexity. For a human being, it cannot exist independently of one another. In addition, when a new communication pattern emerges and develops, it affects over time and in varying degrees the development of the all other existing mode of communication. The main idea in this theory is the new media didn't suddenly arise and didn't arise independently of the other media, but rather developed gradually, relying on the legacy of the previous media on one side and influencing this media on the other. This theory which some call the theory of digital transformation, assumes that the existing media develop when a new media outlets emerge. History indicates that the old and the new media will coexist, and therefore death will not be the fate of the old media. According to this understanding, it was natural for television stations to develop websites on the web through which videos are published or through which direct TV broadcasts to other sectors of the audience. Fiedler says, when the media is exposed to external pressures and new innovations emerge, each medium naturally tends to reorganize itself to keep pace with this innovation. Indeed, what Fiedler mentions about the organic composition of the media is what constitutes current and future transformation in the media in recent years. As traditional media have converged more closely with the new media and have transformed these platforms into platforms for publication mainly, every medium has become the potential of the other medium on a large scale. All this confirms the validity of Fiedler theory. I'll move to the second idea, the future of journalism or the future of printed journalism. The question about the future of journalism in the digital age has gained a lot of push among journalists, newspapers owners, and academics who have feared this future, especially with the number of newspapers in many countries leaving the market. This trend increased with the advent of Web 2, the penetration of social networks in the daily life of people, and the development of tablets and smartphones that made e-publishing platforms available to all. It can be said that the world is waiting for a complete disappearance of the culture of paper, or more correctly, the use of paper and printing in the transfer and the exchange of news between people, to make way for multiple online publishing platforms, websites, social networks, and applications for tablets and smartphones. In my estimation, any reading of the future of journalism must take into account the need to distinguish between journalism as a profession and as an industry, as well as the distant distinctions between journalism as a medium of distributing the outcome of this profession to the public. Journalism as a profession and industry cannot disappear, as the need of humankind will remain for individuals, journalists, and institutions, newspapers, that on their behalf monitor the environment, gather news, opinions, information, transmit them to the public, and achieve human gratification related to knowledge, entertainment, education, and socialization. According to the history of media, what has changed is the platform that the journalism uses to distribute its outputs. The publishing platforms changed from engraving on stones to drawing, then handwriting on papers, and later on printed papers. Therefore, it is not surprising that the paper as a platform for the transfer and distribution of news to people may disappear, and that the digital platforms control the news distribution. Indeed, these differences between the future of journalism as a profession and long-life industry and the future of printed newspapers can settle down the arguments in this area. Third idea, the dialectic of survival and disappearance. In my opinion, the emergence of the internet and its transformation into a mass medium of communication has fueled growing speculation about the future of printed newspaper and traditional media. This speculation gained great masses with the increasing use of the internet in the world and the large number of newspaper, radio, and television stations that had to leave the media market. In the light of the controversy surrounding the future printed journalism, just a second. Sorry, this is the problem of working from home. In the light of the controversy surrounding the future of printed journalism, I would like to emphasize the following ideas. Paper-based journalism and traditional media will remain in the communication market for several reasons, including the fact that the history of communication confirms that there is no new medium that has eliminated the previous medium. 2. The printed journalism has been able to leave the battle of survival with digital platforms until now, especially because it remains the first source of the content of these platforms. Through using the new digital publishing platforms to distribute its content and generate profits, printed journalism can compensate the loss of revenues of the paper copies. Also, the printed journalism can maximize its utilization of the digital platforms to advance journalistic work and to turn them to be channels to promote and reach new markets by setting up diverse sites and linking these sites to these accounts on social networks and applications for smartphones, which is already done. Studies in this field indicate a significant increase in newspaper revenues from paid subscriptions with the digital platform and the sale of archival materials and electronic online advertisement. The studies also confirm that the global expansion in the use of the internet and social media has not affected the rates of reading printed newspaper in many regions of the world. Therefore, it was not strange that the disappearance of printed newspaper for many years was in the United States of America only. For example, the Italian printed newspaper are still very popular despite the fact that the use of internet in Italy has increased 23 times in the last 5 years. A study by the Italian Center for Social Studies confirmed that the number of Italians who read newspaper, magazines, and books has not changed in the past few years, regardless of the increased use of the internet and social networks. Also, despite the apparent decrease in the distribution of printed newspaper, this decline is almost limited to the developed Western countries. Perhaps this is what prompted the International Organization of Newspaper and News Publisher to launch its famous phrase that the circulation of newspaper is like the sun. It still shines in the east and sets in the west. The printed newspaper are witnessing an increase in circulation in Asia and the Pacific by 7%. And by 2.5% in Latin America. In some countries, such as Iceland, printed newspaper readers are 96% 96% of the population, followed by Japan with 92%, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland with 82%, then Finland and Hong Kong with 80%. As for circulation, Japan comes first with an average of 461,000 copies of each newspaper per day. The scenario of survival of printed newspaper and magazine and the survival of the journalism in general is supported by the continuing wave of media convergence in the global arena, which allows printed newspaper to continue within a larger media companies. The last idea in this presentation is the new renaissance. This is the last one. We all remember Carl Bernstein, the senior journalist who worked with his colleague Bob Woodward in the Watergate scandal. He said the main goal of journalism is to present to the public the best version obtained from the truth. Despite decades of decline, the core value of journalism still exists today. Some researchers believe that the near future may witness a new dawn and a new age for journalism, and perhaps it will be its golden age. The argument of those depends on the idea that the confidence in the world order has reached its lowest level. Politicians have become a subject of fears, and fears dominate the financial and business sector, and the institutions that used to guarantee freedom and democracy are being questioned. In such era, people are in need of this who direct them and has the power to tell the truth and hold the other accountable, and that is journalism. In my opinion, the social value of a good journalism will be the password for its continuity, regardless of the diversity of digital platforms. The number of readers who pay to obtain newspaper, like The Guardian, exceeds 400,000. And there are many other examples from New York Times and the Financial Times. There's no time to tell you about. The message in this development seems clear, that people want to pay for high quality journalism because they realize that this journalism is the cornerstone of democracy and the best way to understand the world. On this basis, the future of journalism, or the journalism of the future, will be of high quality, investigative, reliable, and paid for. In conclusion, I said the future of journalism as a profession appears to be secure, even in the light of the development of robots that carry out parts of human journalism activities. The future of printed newspapers remain dependent on the ability of media and journalism institutions to employ all digital platforms to circulate the contents. The last word I can say, as a journalist and as a media educator for a long time, that there is a light at the end of the dark tunnel for journalism as a profession and as an industry. And there is a shining side in every misfortune that journalism faces. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Nasser, for this wonderful talk. It was indeed an eye-opener to the ever-changing state of journalism throughout history. And now we will give you the space and time to offer your questions. Do you have any questions? You can ask the questions by raising your hand by clicking on the raise hand button, or alternatively, you can text in the chat box. Any questions? I have a question, Dr. Nasser. My question is, we know that tablet devices have been around for more than a decade now, all right, or maybe a decade, and the journalism has changed. Okay, it was print journalism before. Now everything became digitized. So my question is, some say that journalism can survive, all right, while there is an increasing use of tablet devices or mobile phones, okay, and some of them would argue that it will not survive in the long run. So what is your assessment on these two claims?
The two claims are true, in my opinion. Yeah, the paper journalism, or what we call printed journalism, maybe disappeared because there is a lot of platforms now, which is our digital platforms like tablets, smartphone, and even websites and social networks. All these digital platforms will dominate the scene. But the journalism, as a matter of collecting news and distributing news all over the world, will stay. We cannot ignore the journalism. We cannot live without journalism as a profession, as a need, a real human need in this world. We all need news. We all need informations. We don't know anything about anything unless we read a newspaper, where we can read it maybe in paper, maybe in tablet, or on the screen of the television, and on the screen of the a computer. This is the platforms I mean. The platforms is, there are many platforms to distribute the journalism content. My opinion, which I express here and in other places, that we have differentiate between printed journal, the future of printed journalism, and the future of journalism itself. Journalism itself will survive, but may the printed journalism, maybe it stays for 10 years in some countries, 50 years in other countries. I gave some example about Asia and Pacific and Latin America. Even in Arab world, we still need printed journalism. Yesterday, Dr. Ilham talked about the gap, the internet gap, or the digital gap in the Arab world. What about Africa? What about Asia? They are still need the old media, the traditional media, because the gap is very high.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hosni Nasser. Let's move.
Yeah. Just one thing.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Vandana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hosni, because we belong to the age where we have grown up with a cup of tea and a newspaper in other hand. We belong from people like us from India and some, from Asian countries. We are, very much accustomed to having the newspaper the first thing to be seen in the morning. So your presentation was very insightful, and it was like a solace to our hearts, where you mentioned that countries like Iceland and Japan and Norway still have people, reading newspapers. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
You may ask Dr. or Professor Nasser further questions by emailing him. We're afraid we don't have enough time. So now let's move on to the first session of today's conference program. The first session will be on on journalism, and it is going to be chaired by Dr. Abdul Rauf Ahmed Ismail. You may start, Doctor. Your mic is off, Doctor.
Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the first session of the second day of the conference. In this session, we have 4 papers to be presented, and for the information of the presenters, each presenter will have 15 minutes to present their PPT slides, and you will hear a 1 bell ring when your presentation exceeds 10 minutes, and you will be cautioned for a second time by hearing 2 bell rings when you have just 1 minute. Then you have to wrap up your presentation, and you will also have 5 minutes for the question and answer session. So the first session of the day will be by Dr. Mariam Mohammed and Tamer Said. I welcome them to give their presentation.
Hi, hello everybody. Okay. We will talking about the role of the press image in political influence on individual analytical study of images of Egyptian politicians in times of peace and war. The research problem, journalistic researches don't reflect an interest in the role of the press image and how it reflects politics. And there's kind of neglection for analyzing the visual structure of the image and the viewer's interaction with it, with a focus on the combining text and the image are treating as illustration of the textual content. The research goal confirming on the communicative feature of press photos is by itself.
Can I have a request? Could you please share your presentations, like the slides? If you have slides, could you please share it? Yeah.
Okay, my presentation. Okay, can you see it now? It's okay?
No, it is not coming.
Okay.
You can go to the right side of the screen, and you will find present now.
Okay.
Present now.
Do it. Wait.
Yeah, now we can see it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. The research goal confirming on the communicative feature of press photos is by itself apart from the combining textual content. Okay. The research assumes the obvious characteristic in press photos, such as the camera's angle, the shot size, the lighting, like high key or low key, and the color, which are suitable for analyzing president pictures. Eye-level angles and medium shots are used for shooting presidents. There are certain shooting angles and specific shot size to create a specific meanings about the relationship between the subject and the viewer. The semiotic and symbols that photographers use to boost the president's popularity. The photographers frame the president in a way that matching with the cultural beliefs in the audience. Are photographers who photograph subject close to the camera or are more likely to use one camera angle than other. The research methodology analyzing the visual content for the details of still press images of Egyptian presidents, moving images such as video clips or GIFs will be excluded due to their different visual nature requiring different analyzing methods. The photos of the president were chosen during their election campaigns or while they are in their position, and also the photos in affecting events regardless of the newspaper or the news sites, in order to ignore the variable of orientation or framing of the site or the newspaper regardless of the accompanying textual content, in order to direct the analyzing to visual and semiotic elements only. Okay, the research covered the analysis through a set of elements. First, the structure or formative component, which include the position of the visual elements in the image, for example, the center versus margins. The frame of the image helps in connecting all elements in the image as a single connected unit, or separated by lines of the frame and or blank or negative space. Highlight the hero, here the president, as some elements in the picture can attract the viewer's eye more than others through isolation, color, and lighting. Semiotic effects of the used angle. As an example, the front angle's attachment with the viewer. The front angle with a close-up shot at eye level is more intimate than the side angle with a long shot, and the high and vertical angles suggest power. The vertical camera angle presents symbolic strength. For example, a picture taken from a high angle indicates that the viewer has a symbolic force on this subject. On the contrary, a low-angle image places the subject in a position of symbolic power over the viewer, and images taken from eye level indicate an equal relationship between the subject and the viewer. The shot size. Photographs showing subject close to the camera suggest an intimate relationship, while photographs showing subjects far from the camera suggest less intimate relationship, while the medium shot indicates a social relationship between the subject and the person who is watching. According to Stein, 2001, he described the close-up shot as intruding into the subject personal space, enhancing the viewer's sense of control, and noting that the mid-distance image places the viewer middle ground with subject. In a study by Molan, 1997, on newspaper magazine, photos from 1944 to 1974, it was found that heads were generally photographed, head or portrait here, photographed at eye level, but difference in camera angles were not considered significant. Molan also found that presidents were photographed at medium and long distance from the camera, but they found a big difference in the number of close-up. Second, how to frame the presidents of Arab Republic of Egypt visually in press photos. Does this relate to the frame and the meaning of the image? If photographers use common frameworks to interpret the president's image, the use of expressions and or symbolic gesture were used to lead the viewer. For example, in a study of news magazine photos during the 1994 president campaign, it was found that a difference in the perspective of images between Reagan and Mondale made Reagan more favorable. Third, semiotic analysis of images, such as facial impression, body movement, and head gesture, and so on. Now we will take visual study of some images of Egyptian presidents. Research explored that there is kind of a strong cooperation between Egypt and Nazi. Egypt used their help not only in the military field, but also to help with propaganda. The Egyptian former head of manuscripts Department of the National Archive, Dr. Sabri Al-Adl, was told to the press site Rasif 22 that all foreign official documents released by the CIA in 2002 confirmed that presence of the Nazi officer Johann von Leers, or as he later became known as Omar Amin. In Egypt, he worked in the field of propaganda against Israel in 1956 during the era of President Gamal Abdel Nasser as a part of a propaganda program which was directing against Israel in the Ministry of National Guidance. And he supervised the anti-Israel propaganda at the time. By analyzing or close reading to the picture of President Gamal Abdel Nasser and Sadat also, we can see the influence of Nazi propaganda clearly. There are a similarity between the photographic position. They use the same angles and the same elements in the background of the shot, even the pictorial topics such as highlighting the human side of the president and using children in the photo, or portraying the family. We can see that here there is a similarity of movement and even the pose using children. Okay, here the Sadat regime inherited the same ideas of Gamal Abdel Nasser regime. Okay. Now we will analyze the picture of President Gamal Abdel Nasser, and my colleague Tamer will take the word. Okay,
good morning. Thank you, Mariam. Thank you, Dr. Mariam. As Dr. Mariam speaks, the Egyptian propaganda system supports the development of specific features of the image, so that they refer to explain frames and messages that viewers must adopt and understand whenever they see the president's photos. You can see in the presentation. Sorry, did I share my presentation? Yeah, that's it. We can see in this photo President Gamal Abdel Nasser in 1965 in the platform with the Egyptian flag in the background. The flag in the background of the pictures, especially when the large area occupy the meanings of pride and the promotion of patriotism, despite the position of the president at the side of the staff, which is an undesirable place formally here. The concerned photographer conveys that the president is an integral part of pride and patriotism, but it's not the central element. The photographer instead to use a medium lighting layer with a clear contrast in the illumination of the face as an expression of strength. The image was taken in the late presidency of President Gamal Abdel Nasser, and it was after he went through difficult periods of wars and the economic crisis. Yet he was able to paint his image as an Arab and African leader, and actually a worldwide leader. And the picture is brown, which is a color that indicates stability and safety. The photo captures natural facial expressions that don't show frowning features or excessive happiness. The expression in contemplative with an insightful look that reflects the maturity and wisdom of the leader. the protector of nationalism. Also, the photo is one of the fewer colored picture of this era of President Jamal Abdel Nasser. The saturation of the image can't be judged due to the change media, but it does reflect warm and intimate colors. In this photo, please, moment. In this photo, we can contrasting use a low angle is illustration, another black and white shot like this for President Jamal Abdel Nasser. This image was taken at 1956 after the Egyptian army forced its control on the Suez Canal. The angle here was lower than the other pictures. However, it highlights the extension of the neck, which reflects a feeling of dignity and pride. This picture was taken in the middle of the speech. He features the features of the face in this photo show a clear emotion, a measurable of tension and control, a joy that is contrasted by a course of upcoming events. The look for the one who knows the reaction or expecting what is coming for him. The position of this president occupies the largest space in the shoot, and it's located in the area of the visual attraction. The poster shows the president's hands holding the edge of the podium in a position that suggests strength, control, and firmness in decision making. The triangular configuration is a point that gives positivity and detract from the negativity of the low angle. The triangular configuration has an ideation of frameness.
Sorry to interrupt. I think you should stop here, Dr. Tamer. And
okay.
We need to move to the second presenter.
Dr. Mariam.
Okay.
Not the third the second paper.
Okay. Please, Tamer, please. Sure.
You don't have time. You may ask just one question or so. Okay, guys.
Okay. Okay.
This is the time for the question.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Could we talk about any president or go to?
No. It's the time now. You finished your time limit.
Okay. Sorry.
Time limit.
I can't hear clearly.
We will give the time. Just one question from the participants, from the attendees.
Okay.
Doctor, can I ask?
Okay.
Sure.
Actually, thank you, Dr. Mariam, for your presentation, and Mr. Tamer.
Thank you.
I can see here that you're suggesting that there are patterns of the way and methodology of influencing audience through visual images. So is that true?
Yes, there's a kind of orientation to photographers make people
your mic is off.
Okay. Yes, there's kind of orientation and framing. Photographers put presidents on it, and we should make it pay attention to this hidden message in these photos to understand even our neighbors. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mariam and Dr. Tamar.
Thank you.
Now we will go to the second presentation of the session on journalism. It will be given by Dr. Fatima and Dr. Serena Rizki and Miss Amelina and Khairul Azam. I would request them to give their presentation on the comparative content analysis of online coverage of BBC and Al Jazeera on Muslim refugees.
Okay.
Please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Raouf, and very good morning to all our colleagues and participants. Very good morning from another part of the world. I think it's a good morning in Oman, but it's afternoon in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. Thank you so much. I think this is a pleasure to take part in this intellectual gathering. It just only to showcase, the findings of our research and any kind of intellectual research that we have been doing throughout our academic journey. Okay, so let me just try to share the slides. Hopefully you can see. All right, can you see?
Not yet.
What about now?
Yes, you can see.
Okay. Allow me just only, to clarify or just only to highlight something about this chapter, which is actually part of a book project that was funded by 3 major public universities in Malaysia. One of the universities that is, taken the huge fund of this book is the Islamic Science University of Malaysia, Sultan Idris Education University, and University of Malaya. So all of us, like maybe between 15, I think maybe to 12 to 15 authors, they have taken the time, to come up with chapters and to highlight this global issue. Looking at the issue, you can name it. If hopefully, inshallah, the book is going to be published soon, maybe the end of February, inshallah. So I guess at the end of the slides, you can even email me if you need to have a look at this different approaches, in looking at the Muslim refugees. All right. Well, this chapter, guys, it's about a comparative content analysis of online coverage of BBC and Al Jazeera on Muslim refugees. Maybe some of you will ask me, why, Dr. Fatima, you have chosen, to compare between a Western or maybe European or maybe a different media outlet that is different from Malaysia context. I'm afraid, or maybe it's sadly to tell you that as a Yemeni reside in Malaysia, we have the concern that we do have so many Yemenis and we do have so many refugees from a different part of the world, especially from the war torn countries and the conflict zones. Yeah. So we had the courage in that time to come up with these kind of findings of the book that we call it, or we title it, the voices of the displaced Muslim refugees in Malaysia. All right, but sadly, I could have looked at the the media, how the Malaysian media portray or represent the Muslim refugees in their country or as a host country. But sadly to say that Malaysia, it's not a signatory of the Refugees Convention, right, in 1951. So the book team was, we were trying even to come up with the findings that we can put it as a tool to pressure the Malaysian government, especially that some of the findings and some of the access to the we did so many interviews and stuff like that, right? With refugee focus group discussion with some of the refugees in Malaysia. So by using the UNHCR, so probably we can even pressure the Malaysian government to go and sign the convention. All right. So this is exactly, guys, the overview about what is happening. And I guess maybe all of us, we know, the kind of, the waves of the refugees coming from the Middle East. It's not just only from the Middle East, it's from another part of the world as well. But the concern of this chapter, it's on the Muslim refugees. Why? Because when we did the initial literature review, we have found that most of the time it's just on the Arab side. So, the Muslim, especially the Arab country, whether they are Christians or they are Muslims. So the coverage, the media coverage, it's more on them. So let me just try to read the overview why we have taken the effort to just only to look at this the global issue. If you look at the wars, the climate changes and the human rights violation have resulted in the world's most humanitarian crisis in the history. About, this is according to the UNHCR in 2018, about 68 million were homeless, in which 25.4 million were refugees, 3.1 million were forcibly displaced, and 10 million stateless. All right. Of course, I guess maybe you guys know that Yemenis, they are part of them, Syrians and other Arab countries. Only in 2015, and this is going to be the time frame of our research, guys. Only in 2015 and 2016, 1 million migrated to the Europe, that have caused a major European refugee crisis, as the number increasing, in which a majority of these refugees are Muslim coming from the two war countries. Okay, so here is the problem statement, guys. The depiction of the Muslim as a terrorist and portraying them as the enemies in the global media after the terrorist attack. Of course, I guess maybe you remember, guys, what happened in 2000, September 11. Yeah, the 9th 11, right, in 2001, across the world, that have foiled the media-generated Islamophobia and the incite a large scale of hate crimes against Muslim refugees crisis has gained the attention of international media, especially after the several tragic stories make the headlines. All right. So media coverage on the Muslim refugees always a swing between the soft and the hard. Sometimes they sympathize with the with the refugees. Some of them, they just name it, all the negative aspect of them. They are the terrorists, they are rapists, they are economic damages and stuff like that. So when the news lead to the outpouring of this sympathy, that the hard edge returns to reporting on the danger of the Muslim refugees. So when we search the media, when we do the literature review, guys, so we search that the media, there is no enough evidence. It's either some of the previous study, they focus only on the media of the host country, right? So the main concern for us is just only to look how the the international media portray or represent or frame the Muslim refugees, particularly this is the problem statement. Therefore, here is exactly the goals or the objectives of our research. The study aims to investigate how the global media report on the Muslim refugees crisis, assuming that, so this is our assumption and this is our argument, since we're talking about the humanitarian crisis, that is going to be like a largely positive coverage by the media and more sympathetic discourse and representation when it comes to refugee as a humanitarian crisis, regardless of their religious affiliation or the nationalities as well. So in the light of the framing theory, this study examines the news frames used by Al Jazeera and BBC on the Muslim refugees, as well as to decide the most salient frame using the 5 dominant news frames identified by Sumitko and Valkenburg. The content of the article was also examined to determine whether these Muslim refugees have been portrayed in humanitarian terms, showing that they are the victims of they did not even flee the countries, willingly. It just only there are some other factors that lead them to leave the country. Looking at the way for example, the Rohingya, okay, and their brutality against the Uyghur in China. Okay, again, we are going to test them in terms of the security terms. We're taking them as a potential threat to the host countries. All right. So these exactly, we're trying to guide our research or our chapter in this research by the coming research question. So, what is the amount of media coverage on the Muslim refugees crisis by Al Jazeera and BBC? And looking at the way, probably some of you will ask me, oh, Dr. Fatma, probably, the amount of media coverage is so easy. You just go, sometimes, guys, when we looking at the refugees is very important. We're talking about, a human crisis, right? If I'm going to talk to you, oh, sorry. All right, so I will move just only to the research method. Actually, guys, we use the content analysis. With the time frame, it just 2015 throughout 2016. What the number of refugees? Okay, I think you can see from the findings, guys, that we collected around 225. Okay, looking at Al Jazeera covered or devoted more. So I guess, okay, since I have, so that let me just try to give you the what we have the studies going, what we have learned, guys. Al Jazeera devoted more coverage in the Muslim refugees, which indicate that Al Jazeera wants to grab the attention and implement the thoughts in the people's minds and hearts about how serious this issue is, and show the world how the refugees are being treated. That can be attributed to the culture and religion proximity. Among the 5 news frames, guys, the attribution of responsibility frame was the most prominent frame across the 2 medias. Most of them examined the stories highlighting the responsibilities of the government and the groups to put an end to this issue, urging them to take a serious measures and action and solution. Some of the article also reported the ability of different government level to alleviate the refugees crisis and imposing a certain measure to reduce, the flow of the refugees in the European countries. You can see, for example, guys, Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, he showed to the world, because if you look at the refugees crisis, guys, well, actually, it divided the European countries into pro and anti-refugees. Look at the Justin Trudeau. He said, in a very big title in one of the articles, is capture how the refugees should be welcomed. All right. In the contrary, you can see that the Hungarian Prime Minister, he was like, no, actually, we don't want Muslims to be coming to Hungary because we're afraid of them. So please stop coming to our countries. It is also found that the majority of the articles examine that tend to report the Muslim refugees crisis in a broader context as divine and thematic frame, rather than just employing the episodic frame, which is just only portraying the refugees in an individual experience. Unlike what is found in some, this is opposed to some of the previous researchers, that he found that CNN invested more in episodic frames in the sense of reporting human incidents and tragedies, and portrayed the Arabs refugee as a potential threat. However, in this study, Muslim refugees were, from a different region, were portrayed as a victim of several circumstances, which include their own regimes, the host countries, the Western, misperception of the Muslim, as well as the human trafficking. All right. So, in the sample, majority of the news article framed the Muslim refugees in humanitarian terms than security frames. So they were most portrayed as a victim rather than a potential threat, which is again against or default what some of the previous research, have found. The overall portrayed of Muslim refugees by both Al Jazeera and BBC in this study tended to be balanced, except for the number of the news stories reported in the issue, as Al Jazeera devoted more news stories than BBC. Okay, in conclusion, media can only alter the level of awareness, priorities, and importance of events, which depends on the nature of the event, the cultural and geographical proximity, political and economic interests, regionalization, and the freedom of press. These factors influences the way in which the news content is typically shaped and contextualized within the same frame of reference. Thank you so much, guys. Well, if you need to have a look at how we did the reliability test and more about the findings, you do have my contact numbers. Thank you so much, and the floor is yours, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fatima, Dr. Serena, Rizki, Amelina, and Khairul Azam for your wonderful
thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now we will go to the question and answer section. If you have questions, please. Yes, yes. Yes, please.
I may ask a question?
Yes, yeah, please.
Yes, please.
Yes, as you have done the study, it's kind of comparative study, isn't it, between Al Jazeera and the BBC, isn't it? Between what is the channel that is projecting more reliable information to the audience, according to your study?
Okay, if we the more reliable, we cannot say there is a more reliable information, because looking at the way they they have represent, or they have portrayed, or they have framed the Muslim refugees is more or less the same, right? Because if you look at the news frames that we have examined the conflict frame, the humanitarian, the human interest frame, and we beside the thematic and the episodic frames. So it's more or less, it's a balance. The only difference that I mentioned in my presentation, Dr. Arafat, is that it just only, maybe Al Jazeera devoted more coverage, that's what I said, and indicated probably just only because of that kind of religious or maybe cultural ties, because the focus of the research is just only on Muslim refugees, regardless they're coming from the Arab countries. We do have in the paper, we mentioned so much about the Uyghur. These brutality, they have been suffered by the Chinese. We talked even about the Rohingya and the way they have been, forcibly to displace from, Myanmar. So if you look at the way it can be said as the assumption of the research that it's in a way it's a positive, looking at that. Well, actually, the Muslim, they are not represented as they are the threat, but actually they are the victims of their own regimes, and probably some of the government, maybe they can take share of taking care of these refugees. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we have time for one more question. Yes.
I ask one question, please.
Yeah, please.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Dr. Fatima, for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
Have you found any reasons that more news were reported by Al Jazeera channel than the BBC on refugees?
Yes, exactly. That's I mentioned in my paper. Probably, if you allow me, I can share with you, the whole chapter, so you will know what are the reasons. Okay, what are the reasons that maybe Al Jazeera? That's what I said. because it was not the main focus of the research. But when we look at why do you think some of the medias, they cover more on a certain event or in a certain issues, that is regarding to so many factors. Some of them maybe the cultural ties, maybe geographical ties, maybe even the diplomatic ties, the relationship. So when we look at some of the reasons that Al Jazeera devoted 169, if I'm not mistaken, news stories about the refugees, it just only probably because of the, and it was supported by the previous studies, that the cultural and the religious ties, maybe this is the attribute why Al Jazeera covered, or maybe reported more than BBC. I hope I answer your question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fatima, for your
Thank you so much,
presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Thank you, Dr. Rao.
Now we go to the third presentation of this session. Mr. Farhan Aziz of the Department of Mass Communication, Salalah, will give a presentation on impact of online media on the popularity of print media. It's a case study among college students in Bhopal.
Good morning, students. Good morning, everyone here. I think you all can hear me. I'm just going to share my presentation, my slides. I hope you all can see the slides, right? So I'm just starting my presentation. The topic of my research is impact of online media on the popularity of print media, a case study among college-going students of the Dhofar region. First of all, we all know that print media is the oldest form of mass media. Even when Gutenberg, he printed some copies of Bible, he never thought that his invention would change the dynamics of the whole world. Out of all the inventions by the human race, we can say that the printing press will always find a special place because it gave birth to print media. And when we talk about newspaper, print media, it has got a glorious record in terms of changing the world. Even when we talk about Europe, when Europe was coming out of dark ages, when Renaissance was there, even print media helped a lot alongside with the thinkers like John Milton, scientists like Newton, Leonardo da Vinci. But apart from all these guys, it was print media also that helped them propagate their thoughts, their ideas. So print media basically helped a lot in shaping the civilization, in shaping the society where we live in. In the last few decades, especially after the 18th century, when industrialization started creeping into the civilization, when then there were many changes, many new technological advancement came into existence, and the print media was no exception. First there was the radio, then the advent of TV, and in all those things, these inventions basically they contributed in the downfall of the print media. Print media basically considered as a major component of public sphere, but in the last few decades, it's basically seen a sharp decline. Nowadays, it is very common to see words like print is dead, there is no future for newspaper, the printed books will disappear, people, they don't read at all, print has no future, print will cease to exist. Surveys, many studies, they continue to show that there is a sharp decline in the news readership, especially in the developed nation, especially in North American countries and Western Europe, where many newspapers, they basically stop their publication on only the big players are there, and many newspapers, they basically started a digital format in order to survive. many screen-based media like Kindle also appear. So they also contributed in the decline of print media. In fact, we can see that it is print media that bore the brunt of or the onslaught from these all new technologies. The media that has got so much illustrious history, now it is fighting for its survival. So it is very important to basically look into this matter. This study basically aimed to find out why the people, they are losing interest in the print media, especially the young people, the young guys. As Dr. Vanda rightly pointed out, that in place like India, still the morning starts with a cup of tea and a newspaper in the hand. But that is not true with the young generation. Young generation, they prefer online media. They are more basically aware about the new media. They use it. It is the old generation that still prefer the printed version of the newspaper. Unlike many Western countries, they have seen a sharp decline, but some countries like that, we'll see that countries like in Asia, Africa, they are the print readership has increased in some way. But overall, there is a sharp decline in the readership of newspaper. And it is not only the arrival of new media technologies. Digitalization has also played a pivotal role in declining readership, as most of the newspaper, they started a digital version. This trend basically was started by American Online, which when it started its digital version in the early 90s, it became quite popular, and soon most of the newspaper, they followed the suit. Newspaper, and in the 90s, the penetration of internet was not quite high, but the same is not in the present in the last decade. Online media, basically version of newspaper, they become very popular, and they are a big threat to the printed version of the newspaper. Even places like India, some new good newspaper like Scroll, The Print, The Wire, they have started only their digital version, and a very established paper like DNA, Daily News Analysis, recently stopped its printed version, and the only focus is on the digital version. So again, it is a point of big concern. The main purpose is for this study is to show that how the young generation, what is their way of consuming the news. We have seen that it is young generation, that is studies they have shown that it is young generation that is drifting away from the printed version of the news. So it is important to know that what are their ways of getting the news. And also in order to understand that what is the basically status of print media in the contemporary time. We know that print media, it is taking stiff competition from digitalization. So it is very important to know that what the future lies for print media. And many studies have been basically conducted in the Western countries regarding this, because they are seeing a sharp decline in readership in the print media in the last few years. But same is not true in this part of the world, where not much studies have been conducted till now. Lot of studies, as I told you, lot of studies have been done in this regard, especially in North America and Western Europe, because of the reasons that the survival of the newspaper is basically is in a very bad phase. Normally, the people assume that it is the advent of internet that has basically paved the way for the declining sales of newspaper, but that's not true. One study showed that in the 50s, when television became quite popular in the developed nations, from that time onwards, the newspaper readership declined. Till the 1940s, 30s, newspaper was its zenith. The popularity was, the sales was quite high, but from the 50s onwards, it is showing a declining trend. Overall, the global revenue, especially in the printed form of newspaper, it is declining all over the world. While as we are moving, as everything has been digitalized, so in near future, again, the trend is very dangerous, and the way a newspaper, they are losing their advertisement is a big cause of concern. newspaper in all the major countries, including the US and even the UK, the circulation of newspaper, it is declining at a very rapid pace. Some studies, they have proved that online news, they have become quite popular among the young user, and that is quite obvious because young users, they are basically more inclined towards technology, unlike their older generation, which are more familiar with the traditional media. One very important study by Nelson, it says that the sale of digital newspaper, especially in most when we talk about digitalization of newspaper or online version of the newspaper, it is not only the English newspaper. In many countries, the vernacular dailies or the regional newspaper, they have also started the digital version, and they are basically on the verge of closure, especially the printed form, because of lack of revenue. And one important point that has been observed while doing the review of literature, that apart from digitalization, one another aspect was cover price. For example, we have seen that most of the print media, they are losing their advertisement to digital platforms. So obviously, in order to cover up their losses, they have increased their price. Now, even when you look at a little bit, we'll go into the history, you'll see that when newspaper just was at its infancy, it has just started. It was penny press started by Benjamin Day, which has basically made newspaper quite popular, because he started selling he started selling newspaper very cheaply, and most of his costs were covered by the advertisement. And that was the era when newspaper, their readership basically reached at its acme. But after that, nowadays, when the newspaper, they are increasing their cover price, obviously it is affecting their sales also. So this was again something that I was found. But there is some good point also regarding the print media when we talk about that in Western countries, especially they are basically a lot of newspaper, they are closing down, their circulation is becoming lesser by the day. But the situation is not so grim in Africa, in some African and Asian countries. Now, there are certain reasons behind it, because in the last few decades, some of the Asian and African countries, they are performing very well economically, and also the literacy rate is improving. And in most of the Asian African countries, still the penetration of internet is not very high. So researchers have found that in the countries where the internet usage is not very high, still print media is quite popular among the masses. So we can see that some report by World Association of Newspaper, that newspaper titles, they are increasing in Asia, Africa, and even in Latin America. It is only in the North America and Western Europe where they are basically seeing a sharp decline. And these countries, basically, they have a very high usage of internet. Again, one important study by one important paper titled that "Is Print Really Dying?" It was found that in the Eastern Europe, the countries which were under the communist regime, still the newspaper is quite popular, unlike their Western counterpart. So in Eastern Europe, newspaper still enjoys some kind of popularity, which is again a good sign. The hypothesis was that some of the reasons that made online newspaper popular was obviously they are very easily available and interactivity. They are much more interactive than the printed version. So this is one of the reasons. And second thing is media convergence. And here I'm talking about only about the technological convergence, not about the economic and the cultural one. So media convergence also basically responsible for the decrease in the readership of print media. Objectives are just to know what is the changing trend of news consumption among the college-going students, especially in this part of the world, Indo-Far, and how popular the online media is over the printed version of the newspaper. And apart from this, even in online media, there are several problems which readers are facing that will be discussed in the results. The quantitative study was employed for this kind of study. The study was conducted among the college-going students in the Dhofar region. At that time, the two colleges, the College of Technology and College of Applied Sciences, now they are part of University of Technology and Applied Sciences. And the Dhofar University, the students, around 150 students were selected from this region, and a questionnaire was given to them, a self-structured questionnaire, and based on those questionnaires, there are some findings. Some of the major findings of this research were, the first important thing was from where most of the youngsters, they are getting the information. Most of the youngsters, they say that most of the college-going students were part of this research. They say that they believe in social media, basically news a lot. Now, this is a dangerous trend. For example, social media, maybe there are many channels, many newspapers that have their social media handles. But still, social media is not a platform to get the information. Social media is an application which is used to interact with your friends, to share your thoughts, etc. But again, it is not a platform to get the news. Nowadays, for example, there is emergence of so many fake news, and social media is one big reason for it. But fake news is a topic for some other research, so I'm going into the concept of fake news here. And another thing, many students that they basically say that. They say that most of the news they are getting is through their friends. Now they are getting the secondary news, which is again not a good sign, because they are not getting the information directly from the media. Sorry, I will just move to the conclusion. How much time I have, Doctor?
Just try to wrap it up, please.
I will just go to the conclusion. Basically, the result shows that only 16% of the respondents they read newspaper, and there is a sharp decline from 2013 in Oman. Again, some of the main reasons, like the print media is not easily available. Many students they say that, and it is not cost effective. They have to pay for it. And while there are many drawbacks in the online media, like pop-up and advertisement. These are some of the limitations of my studies, that it was only centric to the Dhofar region. Second thing, there are some recommendations like what government should do in order to increase the
Mr. Farhan, I think
yes.
I'm afraid that the time is over. We need to give some time for the participants or the attendees to ask questions. All right, could you just stop presenting?
Oh, sure.
Thank you so much. I would like to draw to your attention that we encountered a technical problem with Dr. Abdul Rauf, and I'm going to hand over, he's going to hand over the chairing sessions. We have just one session, I guess. Okay, so now you can ask questions. We may take just one question because we don't have much time left. Only one question. Dr. Sataya, you can start.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, Doctor, I can.
Yes.
Yeah. My question is, contrary to the general perception that the readership of the print media has declined, many recent studies, especially the statistical data given by the National Readership Survey in India, as well as the Audit Bureau of Circulation, say that the print media readership has increased actually, and not decreased. Okay. I would like to just add one more point. So another question is, when you say that the online media has affected the print media, do you have any statistical data to say what percentage of print media has declined due to the impact of the online media? Yeah, this is my question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Prasad, for your question. Actually, as I already mentioned in my presentation, my research, that in Asian countries, especially countries like India, the readership of newspaper is increasing. Only in countries like Northern America, like the US, Canada, and Western Europe country, the readership is sharp declining. And there are several reasons attached to it. One of the reasons is that recently, most of the Asian African countries, recently their GDP has increased, and it has affected the general population. So obviously the literacy rate also increased in the last few years. So that has basically, and penetration of internet is not quite high. So obviously all these factors have helped up till now the print media in countries like India to grow. Your second question, that obviously I've got some data from the in the Western countries where it has shown that, because a lot of studies have been conducted in this regard, and it has shown that there is a sharp decline in the readership.
Thank you so much for asking the questions, Dr. Sataya. And thank you so much, Mr. Farhan, for delivering a very powerful presentation. So let's move on now to the third presentation, which is going to be presented by Mr. Emmanuel C. Ogadima. So on the topic of new media blurring the line between facts and fiction. You may start by presenting your screen.
Good morning, everyone, and I do hope you can hear me. I'm going to upload my screen and
wonderful.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you crystal clear.
Okay, thank you very much. My presentation is on new media blurring the line between facts and fiction.
Okay, can you please present your screen, Dr. Ogadi?
Okay, you can see my screen now, can you? Can you see my screen?
Yes, start please.
Okay, great. Thank you. This is a great opportunity for me to be here to present this paper. It's a great opportunity for me to see my old colleagues, and here we go. This paper tries to look at how new media has destroyed the cause of actual journalism. It builds on disruptive innovation and creative destruction theories as propounded by Joseph Schumpeter in 1942. We are all aware that new media has become more desirable with its features, including convergence, speed, affordability, etc. So it's what we have now: bloggers, YouTubers, Instagram influencers becoming major news content creators. And what we're trying to say is that, you know, the new media contents negate the cause of journalism. Hence, we have the plethora of fake news that blur the line between facts and fiction. Now, in terms of mitigation plans, we're looking at traditional media becoming very active in the co-ownership of new media so as to create valuable policies that represent healthy journalism. The introduction, we are looking at the prevalence of new media, which has disrupted the contemporaneous, the media of our time. It's unfortunate, rather, that the new media have exhibited doubts in the core values of journalism. When we have these doubts in the core value of journalism, one of them is that the cultural capital of institutionalized journalism, which is the truth, which is the objectivity, accuracy, etc., all of these are lost to self-directed journalism where new media thrives. We all know, as the guest keynote speaker today made it known to us, that the truth, it is truth that separates mainstream journalism from other forms of journalism like yellow journalism, etc. We also are looking at, we are trying to say that when the media is determined by the market forces, as seen in digital media, then the ability of the media to produce quality journalism is blurred or completely eroded. Now, the study objective, we're looking at it from two perspectives. excuse me. The first one is to use a discourse analysis to provide a commentary on how the ways through how new media have contributed in destroying news production values. And the second aspect would be proffering mitigation plans. The theoretical underpinning, we employ the creative destruction and disruptive innovation theories as propounded by Joseph Schumpeter in 1942. Why we did this is because the study is looking at the economic and performance changes in technology paradigm shift. Now, when we look at creative destruction, it's talking about the process of adopting new ideas and abandoning older ones in the process of production. What asserts that, you know, when there is a new revolution, new possibilities emerge. A revolution, whether it is political, religious, or technological, at the end of the day, new possibilities emerge, and these new possibilities will definitely threaten old policies. Looking at disruptive innovation, it explains that long-standing business decline or fail when an unexpected innovation comes into place to pose a threat to an existing technology and practice. Now, what are the implications of the theoretical underpinning? Now, when we apply these two theories we've just talked about to the media industry, we get to know that, you know, it's never business as usual. The way of doing journalism business has completely changed. There is an audience migration to the new media. Now, the reason is because old media could not meet the needs of the audiences, so to say. So social media and news aggregators are now the new normal. Now, with the social media and the news aggregators becoming, excuse me, becoming the new normal, then the implication is that the long-standing institutional bulwarks, you know, what made journalism what it used to be, factual journalism, has given way to internet journalism that is replete with fake news and misinformation. Still on the theoretical implication, we have, you know, come to the knowledge that social media has disrupted the monopoly of old media. There is audience migration. Now, Casey, a researcher, has identified the three effects of this disruption. The first one is that there is a blurring of genres that creates a lacuna in media gatekeeping. Who gives the media gate agenda setting? Who does it? Is it the professional journalist, or is it the citizen journalist, or the participatory journalism that we have in the new dispensation? He also finds that the disruption of prevalent news cycle, the old way of doing journalism, the disruption creates opportunities for new media actors. So we begin to see new media actors. There is a shift in who does what in media agenda setting. Now, the issue, the third thing he talked about was that the changed media sphere brought new opportunities and pitfalls in consuming and producing content. So we have media consumers who are also producers. So that has given rise to what they call prosumers. So you produce and you consume at the same time. That is the implication of the disruption. Now, given that everyone has access and ability to produce, now the new media platforms have created confusion, a lot of misinformation, fake news, etc. Laser in 2018 found that the new platforms, through enormous misinformation, contribute to blurring or erosion of core principles of healthy journalism. Based on that, we can argue that the tsunami of fake news in social media influences people in forming opinions and making decisions. This was found by Ethics in the News 2017. For example, we have this belief based on research that fake news disseminated in social media in 2016 tilted the outcome of the presidential election to Donald Trump's advantage. So the acceptance of fake news as the norm led media scholars to term the present period in media history as post-truth era, which is characterized by media outlets that produce fabricated, misleading fake news. But we all get to know that the job of the journalist is to separate facts from lies, inform readers honestly, and to aim at the closest approximation of the truth. Now let's look at the blurring of lines. The first one is with plagiarism. It's almost becoming the norm because of ease of use and giving in to copying online contents. Now, social media set media agenda. Most mainstream media contents are plucked from unverified online contents, in most cases without permission. And we believe that reposting unverified or inaccurate contents is dubious practice. It becomes easy for content manipulators to have their contents reach prominence because there is no gatekeeping. Everybody does what they want. Use of fake headlines. We can also talk about clickbait. Sensational headlines blur the line between legitimate and yellow journalism. Zelia projects that fake news headlines fool American adults about 75% of the time. Choosing wrong headline escalates meaning of story, shifts perception of story that follows. For example, a College Times headline in 2016 read, "Wife caught traveling with husband's organs." Now, when you read the full story, it showed that the organs was dead husband's intestine meant for toxicology analysis. Ads that cross editorial lines. Gary, publisher of healthnewsreview.org, revealed that most news media in the US run copycat health ad services made to look like one of the best health news services in the world. This is the case of cloning. He warns buyers to beware because most buyers do not know where the truth is and know where the spin doctors are doing the job. He wants buyers to beware that the Associated Health Press is not the same as those from Associated Press wire service. So there is a difference between the two. But unfortunately, we find that newspapers across US and elsewhere run such ads along real health journalism, thus creating confusion on readers' mind in terms of what is real and what is fake. Still on blurring lines, newspapers place fake news ads alongside real stories, a case of crossing the line between editorial and advertising. A Memphis commercial appeal newspaper placed fake news ad right alongside a real Associated Press story reported by a veteran journalist. What could be the reason for this? Because of downtown in revenue. Newspapers accept fake news ads that aim to manipulate audiences because of their precarious financial conditions. Altering digital images digitally and using images that lie. We usually say that seeing is believing, but I believe right now with the level of deception on the media, especially new media, we can probably move to seeing is deceiving. Typical examples abound. In 1994, Time magazine digitally manipulated the picture of O.J. Simpson, showing a more darkened image to demonize him. This was at the peak of his murder trial in the US. In 2010, Al-Ahram, a newspaper in Egypt, projected Hosni Mubarak, then president of Egypt, leading other president hosted by Barack Obama in the White House. Briefly have a look at this. This is demonizing him, and this is what happens with altering images digitally. Using anonymous sources, most sources used in social media are not verified or authenticated or proved. In some cases, anonymous or cooked up sources are used in sensational fictitious stories, etc. Probably for the purpose of time, I would try to go to my sorting it out. That is mitigation, to mitigate against all these misinforming people blurring the line between facts and fiction. We are trying to say that old media have to be actively engaged in social media platforms, and that this goes beyond platformization, where old media will just have presence in Twitter, Facebook, etc. There is a probability that Facebook and Google may end up becoming the big two media giants, domineering and the institutionalized new media poised to set in new media agenda. A case in point will be recently I think Australian or New Zealand parliament wanted to make a law to ask Facebook and Twitter to compensate traditional media for using their platforms, but they refused. And when it was pursued, they said if the country insists that they will remove the country from partaking in Facebook and Twitter. So this goes to show the level of influence or the level of power these two organizations would have if not properly checked.
So you may, sorry, Mr. Ogadi, for interrupting you at this particular moment. We need actually to give some time for the attendees to ask their questions. So thank you once again for delivering this beautifully presented presentation. And now we will give the space and time for the attendees to ask their questions either by raising their hands, by clicking on the raise hand button, or by using the chat box by leaving their messages so that we can read them. So now the floor is with you guys.
Doctor?
Yes, any questions? Okay, you can go ahead, Doctor.
Doctor, now we're discussing the ability of the photographer to manipulate the images, and this means that whenever there is a picture, we cannot say that this is the credibility of the image, and now seeing is not believing. So do you think that there should be some other regulations in the press and in the digital media for regulating this kind of manipulation, punishment or something?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, there are some checks that could, actually that was why the Egyptian manipulation was found out. There are checks, and that could be one of the mitigation plans. Because so many pictures have been misused. Even before I did this presentation, I sent a picture that was trending online to my sister back home, and she wrote back and said this was way back in this year. And I said, you see how much we are being fooled. Yeah, so there are some checks that one can operate to find out whether the pictures are really depicting the scene that it portrays, or it was an old picture that is portraying a present situation. Yes, it could be checked.
We can accept one more question. You can ask. Well, I think it is the time for us to take a 5-minute break. Then we will get back again with the session on public relations, which is going to be chaired by Dr. Vandana. See you in 5 minutes.
There's a comment. There is the presentation.
Hello everyone, welcome back again to the first UTAS International Conference on Communication Studies, Media, Communication and Culture in the Digital Age. Now we are going to start our second session with Dr. Vandana on the theme of public relations. So now let's hand it over to Dr. Vandana. You can start, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arfat. A very warm welcome to all the presenters and the attendees at this conference. So as we all are aware of the rules that we are going to follow, that at the 10th minute of your presentation, I'm going to ring the first bell, and then on the 14th minute, and after that, there will be a 5-minute session for question and answer. So a very warm welcome to Dr. Mudassar Mukhtar and Dr. Khalid Sultan from Pakistan. Dr. Khalid Sultan has been associated with College of Applied Sciences, Nizwa, and it will be a good opportunity to see and hear him today. And very warm welcome to Dr. Mudassar Mukhtar from the National University of Modern Languages, Islamabad, Pakistan. So the title of their research paper is The Conditions, Prospects and Challenges of the Public Relations Industry in Pakistan in the 21st Century Practitioners' Perspectives. So please, you may proceed with the session.
Okay, thank you so much. It is not giving me. It is. Doctor, it is not giving me the dismiss. It is not giving me the permission to screen my to share my screen. Can you give me the permission to present my screen?
Alternatively, you may, Dr. Vandana, could you just possibly share his screen if it doesn't work? Thank you.
Okay, should I start? It's not allowing me to share my screen. Is there any technical problem?
I guess so. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
You must grant. He's saying that you must grant permission in order to screen share.
No pop-ups, nothing.
Not
anyway,
pop-ups.
Dr. Vandana is going to share your screen. So just bear with us 1 second, like 30 seconds.
Okay. That's like. This is technology. Try screen or no. Dr. Virendra, should I proceed without screen then?
I can help you. Okay, Dr. Vandana. All right.
Okay. Let me check now.
So I'm going to present now, okay? And
okay.
Tell me when you are moving from one slide to another, okay? Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Should I start now?
Yeah, you can start.
Okay, thank you so much. As Dr. Virendra already told, the topic of our paper is the conditions, prospects, and challenges of PR industry in Pakistan in the 21st century, a practitioner's perspective. Okay. And I'm Dr. Mudassir Mukhtar from National University of Modern Languages, Islamabad. And the other author is Dr. Khalid Sultan. And Dr. Vindra has already introduced Dr. Khalid Sultan. He has been associated with at NISWA, and now Dr. Khalid Sultan is head of the Department of Mass Communication at NAMA. Okay, basically, the introduction of our paper, change the slide, please. Documentation of public relations scholarship and practice in Asian countries in general and South Asian nations specifically is a recent phenomenon. The studies related to this documentation of the profession cover various aspects of public relations, including its history, professional landscape, theoretical perspective, professionalism, plight of the practitioners, models and roles, preferences adopted by the practitioners, and comparison of the published frequency of the scholarship. The new millennium proved to be the start of a new era for public relations scholarship in Pakistan. Organizations working in government, semi-government, and corporate sector envision to either initiate their own public relation muscles or to professionally strengthen their already established public relations units. Thus, the growth of public relations during the first 2 decades of the new century were more pragmatic as compared to the pace of the profession during 80s and 90s in Pakistan. The growth in public relations industry obviously resulted in maturity of the profession, more acceptance to the function within dominant coalition, and providing more professional opportunities and professional career and growth to the practitioners of the field in Pakistan. One of the important reasons behind all these processes happening in public relation industry in Pakistan is rapid media and technology growth in the country in wake of new information order of the world. The advancement in technology and adoption of more social media vehicles by the consumers disturb the power of the governments and corporations related to information spread. These power imbalance situations create more space for public relation apparatus to be used by the government and corporate sector to strengthen their narratives. So the main purpose of this paper is to examine public relation conditions in Pakistan by exploring and analyzing the perceptions and vision of the practitioners of the field. The perceptions and of the practitioner are explored in terms of their opinions about the conditions of the industry, their critical discourse about the profession, their comments about the future of the industry, and their opinions to better create pragmatic professional standards of the profession. So the main such questions of this paper are, as is popping up on the screen. Number one is, what is the practitioner's critique about the practice of public relations in Pakistan? And secondly, what are the emerging challenges of the profession as observed by its practitioner in Pakistan? Please change the slide. And what about the methodology of this research paper? So this research paper is based on a qualitative interviews of the practitioner conducted online using Qualtrics software. So basically, we conducted 20 interviews, taking 10 practitioners from government sector and 10 practitioners from private sector. And we selected the highest ranked public relation practitioners. Those were heading their public relation departments. And the practitioners were asked to provide their views generally about the professional and craft practices of public relation in Pakistan. What about, please change the slide, sir. Results and analysis. The answers of the practitioners in response to research question 1. Practitioners were of the view that practice of public relation in Pakistan is no different from other South Asian countries. The practitioner opined that the evolutionary process of the profession was slow-paced in the country, but now it has become an important, persuasive business industry, inspiring all the relevant stakeholders. The spread of the industry is everywhere, including government sector, private sector, semi-government organizations and corporations, and multinational entities as well. Public relation has become an important need of all the entrepreneurs and all other fields of public involvement and interaction. The practitioners also agreed that the job of public relation officers and the practitioner is thankless almost in entire Pakistan. When any news item against the organization publishes or the desired news of the management does not get attention in print or electronic media, they become angry without keeping the fact in their mind that the media men cannot be stopped to highlight the issues if there are any gray areas within organizations. Thus, this job is very sensitive but thankless one. Some practitioners thought their duties being tough, challenging, overloaded, and less esteemed. Some of the practitioners were more critical towards unethical and non-professional practices and inadequate staff strength in their offices, but others claim to have good reflection of ethical and professional standards comparable to other Asian nations. Some practitioners carved inappropriate acknowledgement. Please change the slide. Some practitioners carved the inappropriate acknowledgement of the public relations apparatus in the country. Some practitioners alleged that proper recognition of this department is still needed to be highlighted in organizations. Status of public relations should be enhanced by giving right and access to information. Some practitioners thought that public relations is still at a nascent stage in Pakistan. Steps should be taken at higher level to change the perception towards public relations and to highlight its importance and its role in building relationship between the organization and the publics. Public relations in Pakistan is somehow thriving in recent years, but still mixed up with advertising and other marketing communication forces. Similarly, some professionals accept that perspectives and paradigms of public relations scholarships are changing with changing patterns of increased social media progression and usage. Some practitioners said that public relations play a pivotal role in the development process of organization as social media is penetrated deeply in our lives, so PR through social media is vital. Some practitioners believe that PR practitioners in Pakistan are still ignoring the social media utilization, which results in adopting conventional methods and mostly relying on a few news clippings. Some practitioners, basically a good majority of the practitioners, have confidence in public relations being a reputed and a rising profession. Some practitioners believe that PR in Pakistan is in growing phase. Most of the share is added by multinational brands whom know the importance of PR more as compared to local brands. Some practitioners said that public relations field is growing in Pakistan day by day, especially in lines of communication. So public relations industry requires a lot of research, and cross-media laws are needed to be implemented in letter and spirit in Pakistan. They believe that we have created mammoth of media houses that have turned out to be pressure groups influencing political elite and power corridors. Media management is an emerging phenomena, keeping in view of the mushroom growth of the media. All the practitioners also advised the need of launching more specific degree courses in institutions of higher learning. Similarly, all government sector practitioners were critical towards more administrative steps of public relations in government institutions. Please change the slide. Now, in response to our research question, second research question, the opinions of the practitioner, the importance of public relation has increased in new and emerging global communication scenario. Majority of the practitioners were of the view that poor democratic traditions in Pakistan posed foremost challenge to the public relation industry. The public relations scholarship not only has to survive within poor democratic tradition and culture, but also must enhance its own professional image by helping vulnerable democratic culture. The media scene is rapidly changing since the start of the new millennium, and more satellite channels are initiating their transmission in Pakistan. Political institutions with weak infrastructure feel deserted and susceptible against pulsating media. Thus, public relations scholarship needs to play an inspiring role to establish pragmatic interrelations between media and democratic institutions. Secondly, practitioners opine that public relation needs to be practiced as a management function to get maximum result, but in Pakistani scenario, many organizations do not understand this aspect. By performing public relation as a management function, it is easy to gauge the influence of the policies of the government on people and to adjust the actions of the government vis-a-vis public interest by counseling the high-ups. Similarly, practitioners share that third significant challenge in public relation industry in Pakistan is to prepare a national narrative against terrorism. Please change the slide. A national narrative against terrorism and to facilitate security-oriented departments in their fight against terrorism. Similarly, practitioners thought new technological developments were the fourth challenge for their field in Pakistan. These technology-related based developments can play a substantial part in practice. Fourthly, practitioners believe that public relation campaigns in Pakistan are generally launched for influencing public opinion of the external public, and internal public is almost ignored. Then unrealistic boss publicity is also a major challenge for many practitioners working in the public sector PR departments in Pakistan. Practitioners thought that it was a wastage of efforts and resources and stressed the need of focusing on organizational image than boss image. Conclusion. So please change the slide. Practitioners were critical towards non-professional practices, less staffing in PR departments, exploitation by bosses and media, improper PR operators, and deficit of management understanding, ignorance of the social media use, and bureaucratic functioning in public sector. And when it comes to challenges, practitioners pose that public relation critical role in strengthening democracy in Pakistan to promote democratic tradition and usage of social capital. Similarly, recognition of PR as a management function, preparation of national narrative against terrorism, adoption of new technological advancements, less focusing on internal publics, and controlling unrealistic boss publicity are the major challenges of public relation in Pakistan. These are some references, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mudassir, for your presentation. Now we are open for the question-answer session. So we would invite questions from our attendees. Any questions for Dr. Mudassir? No questions? Okay, fine. If we don't have any questions, then we'll proceed further. Thank you very much, Dr. Mudassir, for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Let us move on to the next presentation that is going to be by Dr. Sangeeta Tripathi and Ms. Muna Ashari from Utas-Iccs. The title of the paper is In the Era of Media Convergence, Advertising and PR are Still at a Developing Phase in Oman, the Problems and Prospects. So over to you now, Dr. Sangeeta.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, all of you.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes. Please carry on.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. So today our research topic is in the era of media convergence, advertising and public relations are still in its developing phase in Oman, problems and prospects. I'm not going to take much of time. I'll go to a problem statement. So Oman economy is growing very fast, and the Sultanate is also pushing the practice and idea of public relation to promote industrial growth. And colleges and universities are offering public relation and advertising courses to meet the requirements of national job market. However, it has been observed that public relation facing identity crisis, as most of the private and public companies' practices are dissimilar and unidentified, which limits and creates confusion for public relation job seekers. Similarly, advertising also appears one-sided, as it is more focused on print advertising. Job opportunities for Omani youth can be found in these two industries abundantly, as it's having emerging market. But what are the reasons which stop it to grow? This is actually our research scope. Then, so for the rationale of this study, it's actually, it has been noticed that the Ministry of Information is giving a pretty number of licenses to public relation and advertising agencies. And this table is illustrated from how many licenses has been issued from 2010 to 2015. Even then, the advertising industry has not fully flourished, and it limits job opportunities for the newcomers. Due to less job opportunities, students stopped opting advertising major, and it becomes a reason to phrase the significant specialization in Niswa College of Applied Sciences. This gives us a reason to pursue this study. Public relations in companies have also the same condition. And instead of, for example, management function, crisis management, and planning communication strategies, public relation role is limited to managing tour and travel, hospitality, reception of guests, and contacting media houses. So the objectives of this study is basically to understand the issues that limit the practice of advertising and public relation industry in Oman, to get into the gap between the real concept and practical approaches of public relation for pedagogical reference, to review the course content of public relations and advertising, and to explore the further scope of advertising and public relation industry for job seekers. For our literature review, actually, not much of research was done in the realm of advertising and public relation stages. However, some books are available which provide a solid background to our research and connected to a big canvas. According to these studies, some Asian countries have a weak concept of public relation, while advertising is a prominent tool of marketing. For example, in January 2010, a case crisis had been reported in the USA for a Japanese car manufacturing company, Toyota. The company was criticized for not telling consumers about the trouble of gas pedal stuck on Toyota vehicles. There is another confusion of public relation profession, as it is its practice often get mixed with marketing department. So that's all for literature review. Now we will move to methodology, discussion, and findings with Dr. Sangeeta.
Salam everyone. Are you able to see my screen? Hello?
Yes.
We are able to see. Please carry on. The present study is an exploratory research. Qualitative and quantitative methods are applied in data collections. Qualitative data consist of open-ended questions which have been gathered through interview. These interviews have been conducted in advertising agencies, offices, and in job fair organized in Salalah Hall College of Applied Sciences in year 2019. Quantitative data includes close-ended questions, and it has been divided into languages, English and Arabic, and circulated to the target people through online created link. So our sample size is 150, and it has been collected from Salalah. These are the company's name, which because of the time limitations, I'm not going to read it. This is my variables of this study. The research questions are actually focusing on the real state of PR and advertising in Oman. Why are these agencies and companies practicing PR under different names? What are the challenges of PR and advertising practices in Oman? So what are the limitations of advertising industries that create hindrance in its development? What is the future scopes of advertising and public relation in Oman? So these are the questions we try to explore. Our present discussion is based on survey and interview. The data is analyzed with the percentage of frequencies, the graphs and the tables are used to describe 150 responses. During our study, we noticed a fast growth of advertising in directions, while PR is facing immeasurable identity issues in Oman. So, however, our organization's level in advertising is shallow. It has a mean of 1.70 with the standard deviations of 0.047 with only 30.4% of responses, while public relations field is doing great as it has a mean of 1.02 and the standard deviations of 0.140 with 90% of responses. We found two reasons behind the low rate of Omanizations in our sectors. Firstly, the Omani advertising sector is recently developed and demand is limited to some specific kind of print advertising. Secondly, due to the lack of skills and experience, this sector is more dependent on the expat talent. So this table is actually showing the ratio of male and female employees in PR and advertising agencies, which is very actually striking. The reason is every year PR major and advertising major girls students are graduating more. But what are the reasons? Why only male percentage of employees are more in these two agencies, two industries? Different job titles are getting performed under PR practices. You can see here the maximum job titles are administrative jobs, which is having 52.9%. Others are having low percentage. So because these are the graphs which are showing that actually they are performing PR practices, but they are not holding the name of PR. So involved in communication strategy, involved in management function, training to manage crisis, all these things are they are doing. But identity issue in PR raises some serious concern regarding the role and the practices of PR. Now, the question arises here, if they are involved in these PR practices, then why it is not identified? Why it is getting done under different names? Another slide is also showing the same kind of patterns of work, which is actually confusing, that they are performing all PR work, but they are not practicing marketing research. This attitude actually limits the development of PR agencies. Again, it is this slide is showing that the demand for availing private PR agencies services are less. You can see here that maximum professional for PR sectors, they are believing that PR is struggling with identity issues, and this misconception is just because of the management approach. So when we explore about why advertising work is going into one direction, why the development is in one direction, so we could find this data which is showing clearly that the demand from the clients are more towards print advertising rather than video advertising. So we can see that maximum the video advertising is demand for video advertising is only 13%. Here, some more information about the international practices of advertising, whether it is competing with international market or not. So they say that they are not focusing for international, only 17.4% people are focusing for international companies, but most of them are working for national companies. So they are believing advertising market, but digital media platform accelerated demand and industry is still emerging. So what are the reasons of this kind of slowdown? So it's a reluctant to investment in advertising. The corporates are not willing to pay, lack of awareness for the advertising, and maximum percent of 43.5% says that actually both are the reasons. So this is actually the striking point for the students. Now, these issues raise many concerns related to the graduate's career. 32% of the students think that they should be connected directly to the industry by providing first-hand training, either in field or in classrooms. 9.3% believe that they should be prepared to meet all kind of requirement of the job industries. Maximum advertising and PR graduates with 58.7% believe that along with the first-hand training, other vocational support to be given to them to solve their unemployment issues. So the next slide is actually about our findings, which clearly focus with evidences that PR is getting practiced under different names, and just because of this, it is getting confused. It is creating a kind of confusion, dissimilarity in practices, reduce the effectiveness of different PR acts. Misconception towards PR is found due to the company's management approach, and it creates a kind of job opportunity, less job opportunities, and creating confusion because the PR graduates are not getting aware of this identity crisis in the market. It is also limiting the growth of public relations agencies, and in lack of such demand, it demotivates Omanis to start their own PR and its supportive agencies. Every year, high percentage of female are graduating from ad and PR majors, but in adverse, both the sectors are dominated by male and in real workforce, which limits the skilled human resource to the industry. It can be a big jolt to the urbanization process as well. Similarly, the advertising industry is limited to print, as they are receiving demand for printing and publishing advertising rather than video advertising. It shows that Omani advertising industry is still in its infancy period. PR courses need a more practical approaches and exposure from the industry to align with the job requirement. Colleges and students should also be aware of ongoing changes in Omani job market. By training and field exposure, graduates should be prepared not only for jobs, but with the idea of creating self-opportunities. So we also found some limitations. That limitations are when we approach to the PR agencies, PR offices. So they said that we are not having as such PR department in their own company. So that's why they were not ready to participate. But when some of them got ready, they said that as such they are practicing that can be considered PR or advertising thing, but it is not full-fledged. So this is one limitation. Another limitation was collecting recent data from the Ministry of Information. Due to COVID, we cannot arrange this recent data. So now I'm talking about the conclusion that can be considered as the recommendations for our research. Companies need to change their perceptions of PR practices and unite its work as hardcore PR practices. So advertising work of the student can be showcased to the industry. Colleges can also hold awareness programs and workshops to rectify PR misconception in the industry. For the development of advertising, parallel demand awareness can be generated, such as the need and benefits of corporate film companies, promotional ad, etc. For skilled labor, industries have to provide internship program and a high level of training for employees and students in association with the academic institutions. Companies have to promote male and female Omani ad and PR graduates to join the industry to parallel development of the nation. This study can be considered as a pilot study and urges for a need for further investigations. These are our references. You can have a look. And thank you so much for listening. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta and Ms. Muna, for doing a timely presentation. Now we are open for the question and answer sessions. There is one question from my side. In your presentation, when Ms. Muna was presenting, I saw that in your presentation you had mentioned that there are less job opportunities in the advertising industry. What about the PR industry? Because you had also mentioned that based on the research that you have done and based on the responses of the respondents, you have found that students are not willing to take advertising or choosing advertising as their major. But on the other hand, we see that more and more students are running for choosing PR as a major. So what kind of a contrast is this? Any of you can, just
Yeah, we can answer this question. Actually, as I told you, that the percentage of male in both the industries, PR or advertising, both the industries are having male percentage more. And if we see academic graduates, the maximum number of female students are coming. So female students are coming because they think that, okay, we will go. But later on, when finding job opportunities in both the sectors, they just stay better to stay at home and looking for opportunity. As I said, that this is actually the point which you raise is very good, that our college requirement, college things are different and job market things are different. So when they are going for, jobs, they are not finding the same kind of job opportunities for them for which they have studied. Okay, so I hope you, I gave the answer for your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta. Are there questions from other attendees?
If I may, Dr. Bandana?
Yes, please, Dr. Abdullah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this outlook of your research, Dr. Sangeeta and Muna. This thing has been nagging me a lot about the conceptualization of the public relations thing, and I'm glad that you have mentioned it. But you have mentioned it in terms of, well, this is a problem that you are having. But it seems to me that it's some sort of a global issue, right? I mean, in every company all over the world, they have different names for the practice of public relations. So I wouldn't say that this is some sort of one of the challenges that we are facing here in Oman. However, there is another thing that we could look at, which is probably a big thing. I guess it's the lack of competition here in Oman. While in a global economy, there is a lot of competition, so there is a need to work on your image, on your branding, on your crisis communication, on your strategy. While here in Oman, it's not like kind of monopoly, but some sort of a monopoly. With the industry now becoming bigger and a lot of industries are getting into the market, I think we are going to see an overflow in the market for looking for public relation agencies and public relations agents. So in my opinion, I think the future is beaming for our students. But I am so glad that you're having this study and you are considering it as a pilot study for future research, which I would hope would give more light on, would shed more light on how the practice of public relations in Oman. Thank you so much. That was just a comment.
Thank you. I want to tell you that as you raised that it is a global problem. It is actually, when we were discussing about our literature review at that time, Ms. Muna has mentioned this, that this concept is actually weak in Asia. We are talking about Asia and Arab world, as you said, that now our economic development is we are proceeding towards. So that's why now the demand for identified PR like US, we need. That's why we did this research. I hope I answer your questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta, and thank you very much, Dr. Abdullah, for your reflections.
I have a question.
Somebody said that had a question?
Yes, I'm Dr. Mudassar from National University of Modern Languages, Islamabad.
Yeah, actually the time is over, but if you can just quickly finish your question.
Okay, my question is basically, what is the status of the public relation industry in oil and gas sector in Oman? This is my question. And I will second Dr. Abdullah that is when we talk about the nomenclature of public relation internationally or global or even in Asia, basically multinational use integrated marketing communication strategy, and PR is a one part of that. Okay, so public relation nomenclature has problems throughout the globe due to this integrated marketing communication strategy, because PR is a one part of that. And my question is,
yes, Dr. Mudassar, thank you so much for your question. I would like to answer you. Actually, when we talk about
I'm sorry. Yes, a quick answer.
Okay, he can send me his questions. I will answer him.
No, if you have started, just finish it quickly.
No, if we wanted to our local companies to be world labeled, so that time we have to focus on the identified public relations. This is one and only, means you can say local. when we talk about local, means globalization with the local touch. So when we are thinking about it, we have to work upon public relations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta, and thank you, Dr. Mudassar, for your question. Now let us move on to the third presentation of this session that is going to be presented by the participants who are from UTAS Salala, Dr. Sandeep Oja, Dr. Sanyo Musa, Dr. Muhammad Bakhid Khushu. And the title of the paper is Ushering into New Era of Communicating Financial Information with IFRS, an Empirical Study of Oman. So over to Dr. Sandeep.
Yeah, thank you, madam, for giving us the opportunity to present. So
yes, please go ahead.
Let me share my screen. So the title of our study is Sharing into the New Era of Communicating Financial Information with the IFRS, that is International Financial Reporting Standards. And the research area is the Oman, the empirical study of the Oman. So I'm going to present on behalf of my co-authors, Dr. Sanyo Musa and Mr. Muhammad Bakhid Khushu. Due to their other commitments, they may not be able to. So the International Financial Reporting Standards. First, I will tell you about a brief introduction. That is, due to the sway of cross-border trading activities and flow of the capital is currently being countersigned around the globe. And the supplication for the espousal of international financial reporting standard is becoming increasingly evident. And IFRS, the International Financial Reporting Standards, is a common set of high-quality accounting standards which guide the corporates to disseminate, to communicate the accounting and financial informations to their various users and stakeholders at each corner of the globe. The main purpose is to ease the comparability analysis amongst the corporates. Right now, presently, more than 132 countries have already been adopted the use of the International Financial Reporting Standards. Oman is one of them. So the journey has started long before. On first hand, in the year 2005, Australia, South Africa, and European Union's countries has become obligatory for the corporates listed and traded in the respective capital market to espouse IFRS while preparing their financial statement. And then later on in 2011, some more countries, Asian countries have joined. That is South Korea, Canada, also from Europe, and Japan. They have decided to adopt the IFRS. So in Oman, also the journey has started almost in 2009. So that we will discuss about the Oman later on. So why IFRS? Because this is the main question. In the present day era of globalization, to facilitate seamless trading and flow of the capital across the national boundaries, most of the international organizations and the professional accounting bodies are converging towards the adoption of the IFRS. The wide purpose of IFRS standard is to enable transparent reporting throughout the stretch of globe so as to herald international comparability and quality, and at the same time serving the investors and the other market players to make informed economic decisions. Then the accountability. accountability is other major area of concern addressed by the IFRS, as they aim to bridge the information gap between the providers and consumers of the capital. By making certain noteworthy disclosures mandatory in financial reporting, the management can be held responsible for their action, while also providing vital information to the regulators around the globe. Then efficiency. By enabling investors to carry out a SWOT analysis, they have contributed towards efficiency as capital is widely allocated across the industries. Similarly, a unified accounting language would reduce the cost of capital and reporting cost as well for the corporates and the other businesses. Then you can say the IFRS would bring about shrinking of national boundaries, since a single set of standards for all organizations and regulators would allow friction-free movement of the capital, thereby creating opportunities globally. There would be a scope of streamlining internal operations, and each entity would be confident of industry-wide norms applicable to the players in the same industry. IFRS also present an opportunity for corporates to freely invest in one another due to policies being unified. Specifically for FDIs, foreign direct investment, to take place, there is a growing need to eliminate multiple standards, as they create an atmosphere of uncertainty and risk arising due to the trade-off between reporting requirement in different countries. Now, applicability of the IFRS. So today we are witnessing a global surge in economies, which makes it pertinent for businesses and the accounting professionals to be updated with differences between the two major accounting standards in use around the world. As the names, that is IFRS, developed by the International Accounting Standard Board, present an international set of reporting standards, whereas the GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles, propounded by the Financial Accounting Standard Board, and apply only to the US and in the other countries where they are under the influence of the US. So adoption of IFRS means that the country will adopt IFRS in the original form have issued by the IASB, and all the corporates in the nation to whom IFRS are applicable will comply these standards completely. Now the gap. What are the major differences between the IFRS and GAPs? Why IFRS has become more significant nowadays? And why means we are going to eliminate the gaps or to update the gaps? So first is locally versus globally. So that we have discussed that today, presently the more than 132 countries have already been adopted the IFRS, including the European Union, and many other Asian and South American countries have adopted the use of IFRS. So on contrary, the GAAP is currently in use only in the US and the influencing countries, which is causing complexities for the US-based companies into the global market. Then rules versus principles. While GAAP specifies certain industry-specific guidelines and the norms to follow. Whereas IFRS is more inclined towards principle-based, requiring the applications of the individual judgment in a given situation. Hence, GAAP tends to be rule-based, whereas IFRS tends to be more principle-based. In inventory methods also, so due to the time constraints, I got first bell. So I will be hurry.
Yeah, you still have time, Doctor. Please continue.
Yeah. Okay. So now the case study of the Oman. So regarding the Oman, application of the international accounting standards and the international financial reporting standards provide a solid base for a strategic planning of an organization. The corporate sector in Oman has shown a strong commitment towards the adoptions of both. According to IFRS Foundation, Omani jurisdiction has made a commitment in support of moving towards a single set of high quality accounting standards. So the Omani government understands very well the advantages of adopting IFRS. So the Sultanate has involved in various legislations towards the application of IFRS in Oman. There are clear directives from the Capital Market Authority regarding, so there are some royal decrees, that is Capital Market Law decrees in 1998, the decree number 80. So in then the law of organizing the accountancy and auditing professions in 1986, and Article 79 of the income tax law and Article 61 of the executive regulations of the income tax law that has implemented in 1981. So I may not be able to explain it in detail due to again time constraints. So according to the capital market law, which companies in Oman have to adopt the IFRS while disseminating the accounting informations. So according to the Article 282, every listed company listed means listed into the MSM stock market. The listed companies shall prepare financial statement in accordance with the guidelines of the IFRS. Then the law of organizing the accountancy and auditing profession, Article 30 states that while preparing the financial statements, it is compulsory to follow the accounting standards approved by the Committee of Unified International Accounting Standards until a decision is issued by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And the income tax law, according to the Article 79 and 61, it is mandatory to treat finance lease as per international accounting standards. And now, the Omani banking law makes it mandatory for all the licensed banks in the Oman to submit annual financial accounts to the Central Bank of Oman according to the requirements specified in banking circulars.
One more minute. 1 more minute.
Okay, so now the way ahead in a nutshell, regulatory bodies such as IASB, the government regulators and the other industrial forum and trade organizations are looked upon to play a pivotal role in effective and smooth convergence with IFRS. The collaborative efforts of these organizations are expected to result in wrapping the benefits of the IFRS as their knowledge base and industry-wide reach can be leveraged into spreading awareness and providing the guidance on the issue arising during the transition of IFRS and thereafter. So thank you very much for patience.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Sandeep. Now, let us move on to the question and answer sessions.
Definitely.
So, welcome now.
Is there any question from the audience?
Yes, especially from the department.
Either I have explained very well, so there is no doubt, or or I didn't explain, I didn't reach to your brain, so there will be no question. Either
No,
of
sir. So far as I understand, we from communications are not that good at accounting and these areas. So
I could understand.
Yes. So I'm just waiting. So no questions from anyone? Well, as there are no more questions, no questions actually, Dr. Sandeep, thank you very much for your presentation. And now let us move on to the last presentation of this session that is going to be done by Dr. Satya Prasad from India. Dr. Satya Prasad has been associated with CAS EBRI for so many years and has given a lot of valuable contribution to the CAS system. So we welcome you, Dr. Prasad, for your presentation. So the title of his presentation is going to be Communications Management in the Digital Age, a study of select social media campaigns. Over to Dr. Prasad.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is my screen visible to you?
No.
No. The screen is not visible. Okay, just 1 second, please. Just a moment, please.
Please take your time.
Just a moment, please. Is it visible? Is it visible now?
No, doctor.
Is my screen? No, okay. Just hold on, please. I have a small issue. Just hold on. Sorry, calm down. Okay, share the screen.
Go back. Share, lady. Just click share. No. Wait. Now you go back to PPT.
Okay. Okay. Are you able to see my screen now? Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, doctor.
Yes, yes, we can see.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. Vandana. It's a pleasure to be addressing and presenting my paper to the CAS audience. My paper is titled Communications Management in the Digital Age, a study of select social media campaigns. Okay. Coming to the concept of the introduction, as you are all aware that communication technologies and social media has dramatically impacted and transformed the day-to-day activities of the worldwide population. And moreover, with the number of internet and social media users growing worldwide, it is essential for the communication managers to understand online consumer behavior. Cellular telephones, personal digital assistants, smartphones, facsimile machines, email, chat applications, and IP are extensively used by the individuals these days and most organizations to communicate. Recent statistics have indicated that the number of people accessing the internet exceeds 2,400,000,000, which is approximately about 34% of the world population. Coming to the literature review, Squidle indicated that it is mandatory to know the audiences before communicating through social media. This research argues that it is important to invest in segmenting the audience and understanding the responsiveness on certain ideas on the social media channels. Kidsman claimed that crisis management in open communication systems involving social media are most often complex processes. Now coming to research gap. As it's mandatory that all research studies must also identify the research gap. In this study, the research gap that has been identified is as follows. A few research attempts have been made to define the continua on which critical strategical social media communication management decisions are taken. And systems that integrate social media marketing into a strategic marketing and management context are also required to be explored. This aspect has not been explored much. A comprehensive definition and conceptualization of the strategic social media basic communication management has to be assessed as well. So this is in short about the research gap. Coming to the aims and objectives of the study, the first and foremost aim of this study is to understand the role of social media marketing in development of communication management process of organizations and firms, to analyze which brand of communications management is impacted most by the adoption of social media in organizational context, to evaluate the strategies for better promotion of social media campaigns, and therefore to understand the marketing and communication efforts of the organization. The fourth aim of the study is to objectify and assess the factors associated with social media campaigns by sites like the Twitter, Facebook that contributed towards creating brand awareness, fundraising, sales, community building for the users. And the last aim of the study was to assess the negative effects of the social media on communication management within the organizations. Coming to the research methodology, the research approach for this study has been deductive. The research design was descriptive, and the sample size for the study was about 100 experts. By 100 experts, I mean those who hold experience in advertising campaigns on social media networks and those who are well versed with integrated marketing communication. The sample size included both male as well as female respondents. And the data collection method for this study was through close-ended questionnaires. Then coming to the hypothesis, usefulness of social media positively affects the development of communication management in organizations. In fact, it has made it very easy. There is a varying degree of impact of the adoption of social media on each branch of communications management in the organization context. Different social media strategies are used on varying scale by organizations to communicate with its stakeholders. The selection of a social media site depends upon the purpose for which a campaign is being conducted. And lastly, there are various barriers or impediments to use the social media for enhancing communication within the organizations. Okay. Then coming to the conclusions, social media marketing is one of the most important strategies used by organizations and firms to develop top-notch communication management with consumers. Use of different promoting techniques of social media campaigns provide a better interpretation of the marketing communication efforts of the organizations. Social media campaigning sites like Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, and others contributed in generating brand awareness, fundraising, sales, community building for the consumers. At times, social media also negatively affected communication managements within the organizations. Towards the end of my study, as is common with all studies, there is a scope for future research. So in this study, the scope for future research can be related to future studies can include references which will include or which will provide a better insight and statistical data from previous studies, thus formulating a better approach to the objectives of the scholars in social media communications management. And a detailed and comprehensive study can be conducted, which could provide more statistical variables and their correlations with respect to the organizations. So this concludes my research paper. I would like to invite the audience to ask me any questions. Any questions, please?
Are there any questions from the audience? We have a lot of time, as Dr. Prasad has finished like 4 months before.
Yeah, please.
No questions? Dr. Prasad, in your presentation, you had mentioned that these social media platforms are providing opportunities to the customers to have, direct conversations or, interactions. And because of that, you have said that the organizations are, affected in a negative manner. So could you please, elaborate a bit more on this?
Actually, only in certain circumstances, sometimes the consumers are having a negative perception when communications are conveyed through social media. This is basically because consumers are lay people and they are not well versed with the technicalities of the products or the brands. So also it is partly the failure of the organizations to communicate in a simple and effective way the technicalities of the products. So in the event of the consumer not being able to understand the technicalities involved in the product, there raises a kind of a dilemma, and the consumer is likely to end up with a negative perception of the product or the brand.
Okay, doctor. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So no questions from anywhere? This is what I understand by now. So thank you very much, Dr. Prasad. All the participants here. And thank you very much for attending the session. Now I would hand the session over to Dr. Arafat for.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Bandana, for chairing the session, and thank you so much, the presenters who did a very great job in presenting their findings. And we would like, to extend our thanks to the attendees for making it to the conference, to the first UTAS International Conference on Communication Studies, Media, Communication, and Culture in the Digital Age. And I guess we have a leisure of 15 minutes to enjoy. So until then, we can see you. We can see you at 12:20. All right. And we will see you with Dr. Sangeeta to chair the session on new media and society. See you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arafat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the first UTAS International Conference on Communication Studies, Media, Communication and Culture in the Digital Age. Now we are going to start off with our third session in today's conference proceedings with Dr. Sangeeta Tripathi, who is going to chair the session on the theme of new media and society. Let's welcome Dr. Sangeeta Tripathi to come over and and chair the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arafat. A very good afternoon and warm welcome to all dignitaries and attendees to the sessions, New Media and Society of First UTAS International Conference on Communication Studies. I'm Dr. Sangeeta Tripathi and I will be chairing the sessions. There will be 4 talks in the sessions and all participants will be given 15 minutes for your presentations and it will be followed by 5 minutes of questions and answers. As you know the rule, one bell will be ringing as your presentation exceeds 10 minutes and 2 bell rings when you are having just 1 minute left to wrap up your presentations. So let's start with the first presentations. It is about constructing community identity in digital space, an exploratory study on native communities, uses of WhatsApp group by expatriate in Oman. I will invite its author, Ms. Santini Sarah. Please start.
We can't hear you. Can you just turn on the mic?
Yes. Hello. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. 1 minute. Okay. Okay. Can you see my slides? Okay. So very good morning. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks to the organizers, especially for the push to present the paper because this is an ongoing paper. And so I was just reluctant to present it, and it was the encouragement from the organizers that to present the paper even in this primitive level. So this paper is about how the community identity is constructed in the digital space. It's an exploratory study on the native communities, how they use the WhatsApp groups, especially the expats in Oman. Human movement across the globe has increased a lot. The globalization has created a various cultural and as well as the religious and psychological identity crisis, including cultural imperialism and pluralism. So it has changed the traditional social structure and it encourages the secularization. At the same time, there is a decline in social solidarity and creating a complexity in social relations in this human movement and the globalization process. So the identity as such, as a community identity or any identity for that matter, is in 2 ways, that is social and personal. So the identity is a socio-political phenomenon where culture plays an immense effect in creating that shared identity. So scholars insist about the constant identity conflict even within a nation in this globalization process. So the collective identity creates a positive sense of belonging. And also, the globalization has totalized the identity claims by the communities. But also, in one hand, it has, the differences are deepened by the same globalization process. So both the phenomenon is seen in this globalization process regarding this identity. So throughout in this process, the construction, reconstruction, negotiation of community identities are constantly happening across the globe. And Michel Foucault rightly, best illustrates his notion of human identity being essentially a discourse that is mediated by our interaction with others. So social interactions plays a major role in creating a building identity in a personal level and also in a social level as a social group. So this shared cultural experience, collective identity, and collective memory, all these together plays a major role in community building process. And there has been a research gap in social media playing a role in creating this identity, because social media is an everyday practice, and it like food and water. It has become part of everyday life of a human being, and this plays a very major role in this community identity construction process in this millennium. So there has been quite a few studies which has mentioned the importance of the social media and its role in this community identity building process. And this study, especially my study, deals with the community identity of expats living in Oman, and I would like to focus only on the Indian nationality. And the research questions of the study is what social media platforms as the native communities are using to connect with their communities, and for what purpose they are connecting with the other communities, with their native communities, and what kind of communication, engagement, and process happen in that groups, in WhatsApp group, in that virtual space. What kind of communication process is happening within the community, within the native communities, and how community identity is constructed and negotiated in the native community WhatsApp groups. Next is the research is largely qualitative. It is a qualitative research, and the methodology which I would like to adopt is hermeneutical phenomenological approach, because hermeneutics determines the intention and meanings of the experience, because this is going to be a phenomenon. I'm going to study about the experiences of the expats and how in their community building process, and also phenomenology, the study of the lived experiences, how the phenomenon appears to the consciousness of the person is also important. So as a group, I would like to study, and also as a personal level, how they go through the experiences, I would like to study. So that is the main reason I have chosen this hermeneutical phenomenology approach. And this approach is used to explain the ways a limited number of individuals experience the same phenomena. And also the topics pertaining to this form of research are based on the concern and interest of the researcher herself. So in this case, I myself being an expat, I have gone through these experiences. I have gone through this community identity process. I live this experience, I should say. So this approach gives me an a way to have that insider and an outsider view towards the whole research approach. And also this phenomenological research in general, and hermeneutical in particular, provides both the description and interpretation of the phenomenology as experienced I'm sorry. So it interpretation of the phenomena. So it gives me a descriptive data as well as a personal level experiences, observation. I would also like to use virtual ethnography as my research tool, because that will give me an opportunity as a participant observant in observing the virtual ethnography, whatever the cyberspace, the social media groups where I'm going to be part of. It will give me an opportunity to, observe what kind of a process is going on in that. And my data collection is largely in-depth interviews, focus group discussion, and participant observation. According to the statistics, recent statistics from Oman, it is almost half the population of Oman consist of expats, and Indian nationals are major population in that in that amount. And also the sample of the participants are expats who belong to the Indian nationality. There are expats from different countries. countries, whereas I want to stick to Indian nationals, and I have used purpose of sampling method, and I will use snowball technique to get my participants for the research. And the data collection, various communities from Indian nationalities are being studied, because community as such cannot be treated as a single entity. As I told you, India by itself is a very diverse country, and more than Indian community, I think the ethnic groups within India are more active in keeping these groups active in social media, as well as in real life as well. So there is a high scope for studying these ethnic communities. I would like to call them as the native communities. So this the communities I have chosen are Tamil community, Malayali community, and Mangaloreans. They have a specific Bunt community, is a specific ethnic community within a state in India. Karnataka, they speak Kannada, but still within Karnataka, they have a specific ethnic community called Bunts. And so they have a very active group in active community in Oman. So their community and also Telugu community. And so as I told you, within a community, there is also layers of fragments of community. We have, for example, if there is a Tamil community, within that, based on the interest, based on the activities, there are multiple other WhatsApp groups and communities within the, on the whole, the Tamil community. So we have a general community for native community for them, as they have one WhatsApp group for them, and you have a separate, during COVID times, the travel details, the quarantine details, everything, based on information, they started a group. Especially for Tamil community people who are traveling during the COVID time, this group has been really helpful, because the fellow community members giving information to the other community people, to their community people. So every state in India, every state had a different rules, travel rules regarding the COVID. So this community has been really helpful for all the ethnic communities to travel to India during COVID time. So these are the new communities which just sprouted during the COVID times. And also we had a specific community for WhatsApp group for Tamil learners, and we had a specific one for literary group. So there are within a larger community, there are also fragments of WhatsApp groups which is based on their interest and the need of the person. Okay, and in-depth interviews, I'm conducting 20 in-depth interviews, focus group discussion, 4 focus group discussion, each one focus group discussion with one native community in particular, and participant observation. I'll be part of the community WhatsApp groups, which I would be choosing based on the purpose, and I'll be observing them. So community is a major theme which I would like to explore in this research, because expats as such is different from migrants here. So expats are traveling here for profession, for their professional purpose, and they strongly have a hold in their home country. So how does this expats are identifying themselves, and how they want to get identified with a particular social group is very important. And that is where this native community concept comes in. And this native community as such, I say, it is happening in a virtual space. For example, WhatsApp groups of native communities can happen in a virtual space, but they have a relational and geographical aspect. The native communities share the same landscape or a homeland where they come from. They speak the same language, or they share the culture, tradition, everything. So community emergence can take place through tradition and cultural practices, creating a collective identity. So that community interaction is very much important to create a community identity. It can help to build a community identity. So So within this frame, where the shared identities strengthen their ties, that is very important, and community is constructed, reconstructed, negotiated to fulfill the need of the self-fulfillment of individuals, and also the demand for the social structure of the particular community, and also creating a collective consciousness. And that sense of belonging and feeling connected with the social group is a need and the necessity for every human being. So that is where this entire community identity process is very important wherever the communities spread to. And another important thematic concept which I want to delve in this research is virtual community, because more than the physical presence, now communities, especially the social media platforms, it's been started through the virtual space. So there is a virtual community. Even being here, I can be virtually connected to my social group, but still there is a need for the expats to connect with the people over here, also to negotiate with their identities with the people of the same social group living in the foreign land. So that may be to have that belongingness and to have that personal ties with their social group in their physically in a foreign land, or also to have that collective consciousness and to create a consciousness that they belong to their homeland in some way, they are connected to their homeland. So this virtual community concept is where you can be part of this Oman Tamil community. Even if you are coming to India, they will be part of it. So I'll just skip. These are some of the themes I would like to discuss on the findings. I would not call it such, but this is as I told you, this is an ongoing study, and still there is more to do in that. What I have observed so far is the shared interest is beyond national identity. See, more than Indian as a nation, the community concept was more active and vigorant with the ethnic communities, where they share the same language, same culture, same everything. And also these communities majorly they cater to the information needs of the other community members, and also the cultural identity which they create, because the expats leave their culture and come to a foreign land, and to perform their cultural practices and to have more cultural identity aspects in the foreign land is very important for them. Like learning their language plays a very major role, because whoever I have spoken to so far, speaking in their language itself gives them a lot of sense of happiness. So, and also connections from the online to offline. So they were able to make the social interaction. They were able to make social interaction outside, even outside the offline, in the offline as well. And also there was also they were able to reach the needy people. So fund generation for the needy people within the community.
Thank you, Ms. Anthony. Thank you so much. Because
okay, thank you. Sorry.
Around people are waiting. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
I would like to invite the questions. If you have any questions, you can ask. Anyone has questions? Anyone has question?
Yeah, Dr. Sangeeta, I would like to ask a question.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. You can proceed.
Yeah, I'd like to ask you about your data collection. How did you manage to collect the data? I mean, how the ratio of the population for the distribution of the data collection has been adopted for the research?
No, this is a purposeful sampling is adopted. So the technique is snowball technique. It is not through one participant, I get to get another participant. So that is how it is not region specific, as it is virtual space I'm studying. So it is not geographical region specific. I try to bring in as many population which I could get. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Anthony.
Thank you very much.
Let us move towards the next paper, and that is impact of social media on online purchasing behavior of young Omani consumers. Now I will invite its author, Dr. Regan Atul, Ms. Sandra, and Ms. Pratima Sudhir. So you can proceed.
So Shantini, can you just stop the presentation? Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for this opportunity for paper. The title of this paper is Impact of Social Media on Online Purchasing Behavior for the Young Omani Consumers. Now, we have taken specifically the target group, that is the young Omani consumers. Myself, my co-authors, Mrs. Sandra and Mrs. Pratima will be presenting this paper. So let's start with the introduction part. Social media is nowadays a bubbling platform. As you already know, the people around the world are very active, and the social media has been used as for mass communication purpose. And the major benefit is two-way communication can be easily possible, which may not be possible when we go to the physical stores or when we go to the other medias, where, like for example, in terms of advertising, newspaper or television, we don't have that opportunity to have a two-way communication. And nowadays, as you already may be aware of, that there is a significant shift because of the social media in the consumer behavior. Most of us maybe have a previous look before we buy or before we go to the supermarkets, or we can get a review of that, so that we have much more information about the product and services, which is not available before when we go to the physical stores, maybe a decade ago or maybe a few years before. Most of the behavior which we see now are influenced by the media. It may be a social media or maybe any other types of media, which help us to decide what to purchase, how to purchase, where to purchase. These all are related to the behavior. Now, this online platform and applications has been used as a tool by many of the companies. And in Oman also, we can see the growth of the social media in purchasing behavior and in making the purchasing decisions. As we have already touched, the benefits of the social media as a service, e-commerce has been significantly, bring closer the people, the buyers and the sellers for purchasing or for selling or for making any type of promotional activity in their sphere. Evaluation is also possible as per our convenience. The customer can evaluate the product, customer can evaluate the services or the benefits which he can take or she can take from the product or services or from that company. Reviewers from other buyers, like for example, if you buy, we can put in a blog or we can put it in our social media networks. It will help the other buyers to have a review about the quality, about the design or whatever features it represents. Also, before we have to go and see and touch and feel, all these things are being involved in a physical means. Nowadays it is the media has given all the specifications which help the consumer to decide about their purchase, what to purchase, and what are the things which he is looking for. The databases related to the social media, and if you see around the world, social media like Facebook or YouTube, WhatsApp, WeChat, QQ, and other social media has been very popular, with the highest number of users of 2.061 billion users for the Facebook. YouTube may have 1.5 billion, WhatsApp 1.3 billion. Now, if we come to the statistics related to last year, it has been a boom because the COVID-19 has been has locked down, and the people are looking for the alternative source for for their purchase, and social media has been becoming very popular. But this research has been done before this COVID-19 lockdown, and but still the data, if you see the third quarter in 2020, 2.7 million active users are there in the second quarter with the Facebook, and other social media are also growing. It has been reported that 3.1 million, if you take as a whole company, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, they are all in as a one company, as a core product, they have 3.14. So it's a huge users who are looking after this in a social media. If you see, around 25% of the customer goes online for review, and they will look after their product, they will look after their services, and then they like to have purchases. So purchase decision is being taken by the majority of users, those who are using social online. These are the database which will help us to understand why we have selected. If you see Oman as specific, because this study has been conducted in Oman, the National Center of Statistics and Information, Oman, they say 94% of Omanis own or uses social media. Now, this is a tremendous growth from last decade, that 94% of Omanis or consumers in Oman have their social accounts. So, and it has been also said that most of the common account, WhatsApp 93%, YouTube 71%, and Instagram 51%, 50%. It's a big chunk of consumers are using social media. Now, if you see the other way around, it has been, statistically given in times of Oman, that a survey has been conducted by National Center of Statistics and Information. They say Omani, a social media, they spend at least 6 hours per day. It's a huge time has been spent, and the time period, if you see, the majority of the consumers, they have they spend their time in between 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. So this is the major time, and if you see 6 hours per day, one consumer, that's why it has been given what are the major things, 6 hours per day, and 94% of Omanis have social account. So a huge amount of influence of social media. The aim of the study, as we already touched the title, the aim of the study is to explore and analyze the social media impact on the online shopping. The major purpose of the study is to investigate the influence of social media and the consumer purchasing behavior in Oman. The main significance that it will help the retailers to make up their mind, because the trend is changing from the physical stores to online stores, and these social media has a major influence on the behavior of the consumers. That's why we have taken this target group. Choice of the respondent is the young Omanis, which are very active in social media. Research objectives, as we have given you a small idea about this, what are the factors which influence, and this study has been generalized in form of what will be the post-purchase behavior of consumers in Oman. The major questions related to this research: Omani consumers include social media in these purchases. How do the young Omani consumers use the social media for purchasing decisions? How the social media influence these purchasing decisions, and how did the social media change the decision-making process in young Omanis or Omani consumers? The major hypothesis: social media has a positive impact or effect on this consumer purchase behavior in Oman. Consumer social marketing behavior has strong influence on the purchasing behavior. Active consumers in the social media tend to purchase more online than going in the physical stores. So then I will give it to my co-authors, Ms. Pratima and Ms. Sandra, for continuing the presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, UTAS, for this opportunity. I would like to touch the literature review part of our research. Social media marketing provides an opportunity for a customized advertisement based on demographics. When individuals scroll through social media, they come across products that resonate with their interests and preferences. In recent age, marketers have linked the comprehensive approach of consumers to their increased social media usage. Oman ranks next to Saudi Arabia in online shopping. However, the e-commerce market in Oman is 1% of the total sales, and the biggest challenge is changing the mindset of the people. The growth of the internet and e-commerce has led to many pieces of research focusing on online shopping behavior to understand the factors that determine the online purchase. With the increase in e-commerce sales worldwide and the advancement in information technology, new factors associated with online shopping are introduced that may either refrain or encourage customers to shop online. Thus, this research contributes to the existing literature in the context of Oman and provides strategical direction to the Oman-based online shopping websites by identifying the determinants of online shopping behavior of youth in Oman, and based on which these online shopping websites can reinvent their business model to attract the customers. The research have focused on many studies, and some of them I'd just like to highlight. Researchers revealed useful findings of how a product perceived quality and usefulness impact individual satisfaction and preferences. Social media is an essential factor in determining the attitude of the consumers towards a specific product. The information provided on the internet for consumers regarding a specific product can alter and shape the product's perceived value. So, according to Even and others, different social network groups also possess the power to influence consumers' purchase decisions. So, like primary group, secondary group, informal group, formal group, and virtual group. So the literature review has revealed that the consumer purchasing process has been impacted by the growth of social media and the explosion of the internet. So finally, understanding what impact social media has had on the decision-making process is a key element in determining what influences the consumer in their purchasing decision. Thank you for listening, and Ms. Sandra will continue the data analysis part. Thank you.
Sorry. Good afternoon, all of you. I'll be speaking about the research methodology. The research approach taken is to identify what components are involved in consumer purchasing decision-making process and to ascertain how the social media channels have influenced the average Omani youth in their purchasing decisions in Oman. The sample was around 112 internet users who are active on social media, and we have taken convenience sampling and snowball sampling. The research instrument, what we have used for this analysis was questionnaire, wherein we had asked about a set of 20 questions. I would straight away go to the data analysis part, and you can see that we have taken 4 different kind of variables. One, gender, age, education, and occupation. Females were the majority of them, 80.4 were the respondents for females, 19.6 were males. Age, between 20 to 30 were 70.5, and following by 30 to 40 age, 12.5. Education, the highest was the bachelor's, 44.6, and undergraduates were 39.3. Occupation, they were mainly students, 83.9, followed by employed, those were 14.3. Next. I would be telling you about the research questions. As Dr. Viju has already mentioned the 3 research questions. One of the research questions is how do the consumers include social media in their purchasing decision. We had developed through the literature review 4 phases. The exposure of social media, the identification and evaluation alternatives. The third is purchases, and 4th one is post-purchase alternatives. In the table given to you, the first table, which we are speaking about the exposure of social media. Viju, we are still in the first one. And show it as a full screen. Slide 12. Slide 12, the exposure to social media. The table one shows how the respondents frequently use social sites. 46.4% use social sites, 19.6 microblogging, 17.9 bookmarking sites, and 13.4 media file sharing, 2.7 use YouTube. Table 2 shows the time respondents spent in social media. 72.3% says that many a times they spend in a day using social media, and 16.1 says once in a day. Table 3 shows about the frequency of purchasing product through social media, which is 59.8% are sometimes purchasing the product using social media, and 8.9 says they purchase always using social media. Table 4 shows...
Wrap up. Talk about the conclusion, because we are running short of the time.
The conclusion says that using all the 4 phases, that we are moving towards our hypothesis. We have used 3 statistical data, that is regression, ANOVA, and reliability. Can you at least go to Chromback? Yes, Chromback shows we have taken 16 items and it is 0.65. And we have taken 2 variables, dependent variable purchasing behavior and independent variable social media, which shows that our R value is 0.311, showing there's a considerable effect on purchasing behavior. The ANOVA analysis, the alpha is 0.00, which shows that the value is considerably significant. Thank you. I have tried to, make it as short as possible. Any questions? Anyone?
Thank you, Sandra ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Viju. Thank you, Ms. Pratima. Thank you for the presentation. Doctor, can you stop your presentation now? Thank you so much. Let us move towards the question and answer round. If you have any question, you can ask. I would like to invite the questions. Please, if anyone wants to ask questions. No question? It seems that there are no questions. Everybody is understanding everything. You people are lucky. Okay, let us move to the third presentation. That presentation is about impacting social media on students' academic performance, a case study of students of College of Applied Sciences, NISWA. So I would like to invite its authors, Ms. Amal Nasir Ahmed Al-Razihi and Ms. Tahani Saeed Ali Al-Abri. Welcome. Proceed. Proceed, Ms. Tahani. Ms. Tahani? Ms. Amal?
Hi, this is Ms. Tahani. Sorry, I lost the connection. Okay. Just a moment. Okay. Is my screen visible to you? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Ms. Tahani Alabri from University of Technology and Colleges of Applied Sciences, NISWA. I'm really happy to share my paper with you today here in this conference, which was a cooperation with Mrs. Amal Al-Rajhi. And our topic is about impact of social media on students' academic performance and a specific case study of students of NISWA College of Applied Sciences. So if we move to the introduction, as you all know that social media sites and their use among students have witnessed dramatic increase in the last decade, and data on their effect on students' academic performance are inconstant. The aim of the study was to analyze the impact of social media on the students' academic performance by distributing a survey to students from 3 different academic departments in the college: mass communication, design, and international business management. We analyzed the students' use of 5 main social networks, which were WhatsApp, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat, as they are the most popular platforms among Omani students. And then we considered how these platforms are affecting students' performance in a negative way, as obvious step-backs have been noticed. In students' class participations and attentions, assignments and projects delays, midterms, exams, low marks, and abandonment from college different activities and competitions. Now, the literature review, as you all know that there are a lot of literature review talking about social media, the importance of social media, and how social media platforms becoming one of the best tools among students, whether they are from schools or in colleges. But I just focus here today about this literature. According to Janko et 2010, social media are a collection of internet websites, services, and practices that support collaboration, community building, participation, and sharing. The growing dimension of the use of social media among the youth of today cannot be overemphasized. Over the years, social networking among second cycle students has become more and more popular. Due to the increased popularity of it, economists and professors are questioning whether grades of students are not being affected by how much time is spent on those sites. So if we look here to the methodology, as I mentioned in the introduction, we use the survey. Specifically, we use the questionnaire and to collect the data from the students. This questionnaire includes 10 main questions and 2 sections of required information, asking them about their gender and major. And the questionnaire was conducted online, and student sampling was from 3 different departments, as I also mentioned it in the introduction: mass communication, design, and IBM. Now, if we move to the data analysis and results, the number of the total participants in this questionnaire were 50 students, in which 86% female and 14% male. The questionnaire questions were prepared so that they could be clustered into 3 analytical groups. The first group was about social media sites use, then the purpose of using social media, and lastly is about effects of social media on students' performance. So if we look to the first one, to the first group, social media sites use, students were asked about their perspectives of the social media platforms that they are used mostly and how much time they spend using those sites. Our survey results showed that most of the students are constantly using WhatsApp and also Instagram, and both of the platforms got similar percentage of 56%. Now, the other platforms had got different percentage, as in the second place, YouTube came, which was used by 28%. Snapchat, it is used by 26%. The results also showed that most students are using 2 to 3 sites, and daily they spend more than 3 hours using them. Now, if we look to the charts and the questions of the questionnaire, here, which of the following social media platforms do you use mostly? As I mentioned, WhatsApp and Instagram come in the first place. YouTube, then Snapchat. Twitter is coming in the last, and also any other platforms. Here, how many social media sites do you use? Most of the students answered that they are using it from 2 to they are using 2 to 3 sites, and 36% they are using more than 4 sites. Now, if we look to this one, how much time do you spend on social media sites daily? Most of the students answer, unfortunately, they are using it for more than 3 hours. Yeah, I guess they are spending using those sites more than they are studying. Now, if we look to the second group, purpose of using social media, our survey showed that unfortunately the students are using social media applications mainly for chatting. And as for a second purpose, they use them to download or upload music and videos. Now, 62% of the respondents answered that they also use and prefer social media to express their feelings, their ideas. On the other hand, 38% do not prefer to do that. Additionally, the students are acknowledging that they mostly subscribe to entertainment communities on social networking sites. So if we look to the questions of this group, here, you use social media primary for most of them, here in the orange, for chatting, and 26% of them, they are downloading and uploading music video. Other people are using it for posting photos, submitting articles to website, communication with teachers or class fellows. Now, those students who would like to express their ideas and feelings, they got 62%, and 38% they don't prefer to do that. And here, most of them, they subscribe to entertainment communities, and 19 students subscribe to information, and other students to educational communities. Now, if we look to the last group, the effects of social media on students' performance. On one hand, 52% of the students responded that social media sites affect their study timings. On the other hand, 34% of the respondents were not very sure if the use of social media is affecting their academic performance or not, as they actually responded to maybe, and only 14% of them responded to no. Accordingly, the results showed that 52% neutrally of the students are distracted by social media sites. Surprisingly, 36% of the respondents agreed that they spent more hours using social media rather than spending time on studying. And finally, 59.2% of the students stated their point of view that social networking sites could be an effective tool for e-learning. So if we look to the question over here, they have been distracted. Okay, and here hours have been spent on using social media more than they are studying, as we can see here in the green spot. 36% of the students they are using those social media more than they are taking care of their own studies. So to conclude, as you all know, that social media is a very effective tool for our students and even for all of us as teachers or parents. And people start to use social media more now during the pandemic of coronavirus, and they really know the importance of it. But unfortunately, as I had showed in this paper, some of the students, they really use those social media negatively. So for future plan, I guess I have to look more for what reasons or what are the positive side that help the students in using those social media. So maybe in the future plan, I'm gonna look for a design student specifically, because actually most of the design students did not respond to this questionnaire. I have limited responses from them. So I know that these design students are promoting for their own projects and their own work and their own hobbies. So I might do a paper on that, especially again a case study here in class Nazwa. So lastly, for the recommendations, students should make sure to use the different social networking sites wisely to ensure that they do not become disadvantageous to their academics. Students should minimize the time they are spending on using social media to avoid being obsessed for unnecessary chatting. Students should allocate specific time for studying so that they can avoid social networking distractions. And finally, colleges and universities should organize more seminars and workshops to enlighten students about the possible implications of social media usage on their academic performance. And that's all. Thank you very much for your listening. If you have any question, I will glad to answer it.
Thank you, Ms. Tahani. This is really a very good topic, very interesting. And, you know, I feel like, yes, you are right. You said that students are actually using this as a negative way. But yeah, I personally believe that during Corona time, it is actually the lifesaver for them. Because I'm dealing with them as for PR practice, and everybody is available on social media platforms, discussing their topics, their assignments. So I believe that now the situation has been changed just because of Corona.
It is right actually, and I'm really interested to do another paper and how the students are using those social media during the pandemic, but because I did it actually before the pandemic, so okay. It is true, as you said.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite the questions now. If you have any questions, please proceed. Anyone?
Doctor, can I say something?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Hani, thank you very much for your presentation. It's very interesting. Unfortunately, I only came during the last part, but I would assume, you know, you have developed the methodology and presented the rationale for such topic. Now I'm interested in the assessment component or assessment dimension of, say, social media. Do you think it's about time that we should revolutionize assessment in our system? And in what way do you think it will influence our assessment practices? Any suggestions? Thank you.
Do you mean what kind of suggestion, how you can use it more in the academia?
Okay, I'll rephrase it.
Okay.
What do you think is the role of social media in our curriculum and assessment?
Okay, thank you. Social media, it is a very effective tool nowadays, as you say, as you all know this situation. So the main role, it can be a very easy tool for students and for the lecturers or even to parents to be more obvious or more clear to what's happening for the students in their own life. And actually to tell also students can be more exposure to the world of what they are doing or what kind of abilities they are having. If I'm answering the question. Okay, so as you know that it's very effective tool, and students and all people have to be aware of the both sides, the negative and positive sides of them.
Any more questions? Yes, Dr. Satyaprasad, proceed.
Good afternoon, Tahani.
Hi, doctor. How are you?
I'm good, Tahani. Hope you're doing well. It's a very good presentation. It was really interesting. My thoughts are related to one aspect of your presentation. When you say that the long hours spent by the students on social media is affecting their academic performance, could you please explain what way has it affected their academic performance? Is it by the way of the grades being lower, or is it in any other aspect? Have you quantified this aspect as to how much was the effect on the performance of the students?
Yeah, doctor, thank you for the question. Now, as I mentioned actually in the introduction, we saw that most of the students are using actually social media for chatting even during the classes. So they are losing their own attention with the teacher. And even when I am online, I know that most of the students are doing it for chatting. They are having groups. And unfortunately, they don't chat about their own studies or lessons. When I asked them, I asked one of my best students, she said, no, miss, we are doing it for other things and other topics. So yeah, this is one. And yeah, we say it that even when it is the time for submitting their assessments or projects, no, they are spending more time for using social media for several reasons, or even mostly for chatting. And that's actually, we can see it in their own low grades. And I can tell you that we can see it actually semester after semester.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Tahani. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Satyaprasad. Thank you, Ms. Tahani. Is there any more question? Because we have still time, 2 minutes, so we can take one more question if you want. Anyone? Any more question? Okay, I feel like there is no more questions. Thank you, Ms. Tahani, for this wonderful topic.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye.
Today, our fourth paper presenter are not available today due to some unavoidable circumstances. So I will be reading their abstract for, I would like to present for them. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, Dr. Sangeeta.
So this paper is about integrating social media competencies in communications curriculum, exploring the industry feedback. The author for this paper is Mr. Pradeep Kumar and Mr. Sami Rashid Al-Batashi. They are from University of Technology Applied Sciences, Kasur. The abstract is about changes in the communication landscape and ensuring platforms' diversities in the professional environment demand varied competencies from job seekers. Last decade, social media gained profound influence in professional communications practices across disciplines. However, the developing economies have not incorporated the broader potentials of this platform change due to the shortage of trained professionals. Primarily, skill enhancement through higher education pedagogy is deeply rooted in identifying employability skills gap in curriculum-based learning practices. Hence, the adoptions of the competencies begin from industries-related course content. With the objective of the developing a social media related course in public relation measure, the research project explored the essential social media competencies required for the Middle East in public relation curriculum. The studies involved semi-structured qualitative interviews among communication technicians, consultants, corporate communications leaders, and not-for-profit managers. The finding reflected a range of skills set in particulars to the local communications industry and indicators that the inclusions and practice of social media competencies varied according to the variety of the business environment factors, including industry size, nature of professional practices, and the client's behavior. That's all for the fourth presentations.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Sangeeta, for managing this session effectively. And,
thank you, Doctor.
Actually, because the presenters are not able to come due to unavoidable circumstances, we will seize that opportunity and give you the time to have your lunch, okay? So let's reconvene after 20 minutes from now. So we shall be starting at 1:45 p.m. Until then, see you next time. Welcome again to the first Utas International Conference on Communication Studies, Media, Communication and Culture in the Digital Age. Now we are going to start our fourth session for the second day of our conference on the theme of digital media, and it is going to be chaired by Dr. Janish Koran Koreshan. Welcome, Dr. Janish.
Thank you, Dr. Arafat. This is Dr. Junish K. Kuriachan. I welcome you all here for the second day, session 4 of the first UTAS International Conference on Communication Studies. In this session, we have 3 papers to be presented. Topic of the first paper is Visual Storytelling in the Digital Era by Abul Kamal and Dr. Nawal M. Salahuddin. Second paper of the session will be Effective Online Classroom Communication in the Digital Age, going to present by Osman Yapar. Third paper of the session will be Digital Communication in Personal Banking by Nadia Shah and Mariam Anil. As you all know that each presenters will be having 15 minutes time to present their paper and 5 minutes for the question and answer session. There will be one bell ring as your presentation exceeds 10 minutes. The second time by hearing 2 bells when you have just 1 minute left to complete your presentation. At this time, you need to start concluding and wind up your presentation. Now I welcome Dr. Nawal M. Salahuddin to present her paper, Visual Storytelling in the Digital Era. Doctor, you may please start your presentation by sharing your screen.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Janish. Actually, at the beginning, I want to convey the main author's apologies. He's not able to attend for an unavoidable matter. So excuse us for this inconvenient situation. Anyways, I'll present the available data right now. We have our research paper is about visual storytelling in the digital era. The main author is Dr. Abul Magd Kamal Abul Magd from College of Scientific Education, Tanta University in Egypt. The second author is myself, Nawal Muhammad Salahuddin, Department of Mass Communication, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Salal. First of all, this paper explores the visual storytelling development from its conventional form to digital story to detect the changes in style and technique, including quality of audio and visual component. As we all know, that storytelling is very ancient. We started storytelling with our grandmothers, from the old stories, and this storytelling was developed over the medium, whatever medium we had, started to develop, starting from voice, from theaters and radio, moving to the cinema and television, and at last, right now, we have our digital media and new media channels. Storytelling, as we say, have passed through different of successive stages of development, which has always been linked to the medium, through which it is presented, either written in newspaper, told by voice or in a visual medium. And of course, the conventions of the medium applied some differences to the way that we are telling our story. With the digital revolution and the state of social media in which the world lives now, this has introduced digital storytelling, which is rather new form of narration through the digital medium. This urges the need to have an analytical view of this new form. In our research, we have some questions. First of all, we need to know what is visual storytelling, what are the definitions, the different definitions of storytelling, And we have summarized this, that visual storytelling is how we create the mood and set tone of for our audience. And this will inform the audience of the theme and the emotion of a saying or of a scene of a film. Of course, we have to say that this is a language that the filmmaker is speaking and the audience has to understand. This will give us another question, which is, do we need visual literacy among us to start this kind of conversation or not? We discussed also the power of the platform and its effects on the visual style and the narrative. We know that each platform has its own capabilities and its own limitations, and this affects the visual style of our work in filmmaking, in animation, in graphics. Mainly, we are here focusing on filmmaking, but we aspire to have similar discussion on graphics, on 3D animation, and in interactive filmmaking. We discussed how digital technologies have fundamentally changed the way people perceive and consume visual information. Now the audience are different from those who watched the entrance of a train in 1895. Visual literacy is there in a way or another. So people, when you speak to people in visual language, you have to understand this. Also, we questioned if the new filmmakers are aware of the situation of the amount of information that they give in their films. Are there enough information for the audience to understand their message or not? In our research, we adapted the case study and content analysis to select a sample of video channels in the Middle East of social platforms such as YouTube to be applied on our study. Also, we had to make some content analysis of the narrative itself, the elements of the story, the elements of visual imagery, like the visual style and the technical aspect related to camera, lighting, and sound. We come to our sample. Our sample was some video channels in the Middle East on social platforms such as YouTube and Facebook. We found some limitations in adapting data from YouTube and Facebook. YouTube data and analytical tools were there, and we were able to grab more data. While in Facebook, it was a little bit random because we have many other factors, like these YouTubers were adding personal information, adding personal comments, while YouTube is more like a channel. The key metrics includes subscriber analysis, channel activity analysis, audience engagement report, and social media performance over 1 year. Our choice was the year 2019, from the beginning of 2019 to the end of the year. The visual storytellers and video streamers were selected for the study from 4 countries, from Jordan, Oman, KSA, and Egypt. All of them are producing visual stories in shape of reportages and documentaries. None of them has an academic background in film and industry, although 2 of them had a training in SADIM project. This is a digital competition for young content creators in the Arab world. This started in 2018. The first winner was from Oman, Ali Al-Niyadi. The second was from Egypt. And the other 2 persons, Ibn Hattuta from Jordan and Muhammad Nahid from KSA. As we can see here, Ibn Hattuta from Jordan, his subscribers to the channel are 820K, and the views over 51 million. Ali Nadi, 61,000 subscribers and 3 million views. He is the owner of Sadim, and he's working mainly on making some videos about social awareness. Muhammad Nahid, he's the biggest channel, 844K subscribers and 60 million viewers. Muhi Yasser, he's a filmmaker, and he started his work as filmmaker and performer recently after developing his skills with Sadim, and 700K subscribers and 5 million viewers. A quick look at the statistics because of the time. As you can see here is a general statistics of the channel, the subscriber rank, viewer rank, total subscribers, total views, total videos, and the country which the account itself was initiated from. The average group ranked between 18 to 24 and 25 to 34. This is the dominant age group. Gender did not make any significance. Also, the distribution of the channels, as you can see here, the distribution was between 2-3 cities in for each participant. But for other countries which has, as you can see, the spread of the last 3 is more than Ali Saeed al-Niyadi. The monthly growth. As you can see here, we discarded January because the result was in actually in the beginning of January at this time. As you can see that there is a growth over time. So as we have from the content analysis of the work itself, there was a relationship between the quality and the style of videos and the rating. Moreover, obvious improvement in technique and style over time were detected, and the level of technique and visual storytelling of those who had training in Sadim project improved dramatically and was reflected on the number of views and subscribers. Digital storytelling samples differed in some aspects such as duration and of the video and the fast pace of the story. These differences from conventional visual storytelling in moving images were noted, but the same ethics were applied. One of the YouTubers, Ibn Hattuta, clearly mentioned that he needed to change the gear, camera, microphone, and equipment, and even they were insisted on mentioning the gear that they are using. And level up his craft for more quality production. Also, we can, from the analysis which I aspire to have more in-depth analysis of the content and the visual story itself of other YouTubers and visual storytelling, tell us to detect the new conventions in this new media. In conclusion, storytelling, digital storytelling is a new form of visual storytelling that needs to be considered in the Middle East. We have YouTube Academy, Middle East, India, all over. They are teaching how to young content developer how to make this kind of videos and influential streams. Also, some Arabic academies are appearing now with like Sadim and giving us some training to these young aspiring filmmakers of how to master the visual storytelling itself. The convention of visual storytelling are adapted and implemented in digital storytelling. Also, we think that academics institutions needs to consider digital storytelling in their curriculum and reflect on course and students. Thank you very much. That ends my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Nawal, for presenting this topic. Now this is the time to ask questions. Dr. Nawal, I have a question. Doctor, do you think it is important for the media, is it important for the media students to have the visual literacy according to your research findings? What do you think?
Actually, I think that the students should start learning visual literacy not from college level, but even from school level. It is very important now. Visual literacy is as much as important as reading and writing. This is the new way of communication.
Thank you, Doctor, for the answer. Any other questions from anyone?
Doctor, can I say something?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, something, yes, please. Yeah, Dr. Nawal, thank you for your paper. It's also equally interesting. You mentioned about you mentioned different countries. Yeah, as probably settings of your analysis. Can you share to us your findings? Are there similarities or differences in the way storytelling is done in different spaces? Thank you.
Actually, this is incomplete in our research, but I have my personal notice. The conventions are different according to the culture. And I noticed that in Gulf area, like with Mohammed Nahid from KSA, the video's length is more lengthy than in Jordan or in Egypt. Ali Lanedi, because he's right now he's living in Ireland, he's in a scholarship. His work is similar to the foreign culture, like 2-3 minutes, and it is more in awareness and about emotions more and social awareness.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Still we have time if you want to
Dr.
ask.
Dr. Ram is going to ask.
Yeah, please ask.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank Dr. Noel so much for her nice effort and good work in the research. And I have just a small question that I'd like to ask. Do you think the elements of digital storytelling is different from the traditional style of storytelling system that we are using in producing our videos and production, the pre-production, production and post-production stages?
To be frank, no, there is no major change. We are adapted the same conventions. For those who are with film background will know that the 3 stages or the 3 main stages, pre-production, production, post-production, will apply to any kind of production which is recorded and streamed. Only the conventions of the technical issues related to how we are editing. Are we editing digitally? Previously it was film, it was analog editing, now it's digital editing. The cameras itself, the gear, if the camera, before it was a huge camera, now it is a tiny camera. You can make a whole film with small cameras like GoPro, like even some mobile photography and mobile videography is now more dominant in between youth. It is easy way for film making, and actually is whenever filmmaking is related to the technology. Whenever the technology is advanced, you'll find that filmmaking will be more advanced, and you'll find new ways and new techniques. But again, in editing rules, in composition, in how we are using the visual elements to affect the perception of the viewer, it is the same. Only we can find that there are more innovative and more impressive way of gathering these elements through the film or through the story that we are giving.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Doctor, for answering the question. Now we'll move on to the second presentation of the session. I welcome Dr. Osman Yapar for the present his paper, Effective Online Classroom Communication in the Digital Age. Doctor, you can start presenting by sharing your screen.
Hello, can you see my screen now? I've started sharing.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. So first of all, welcome everyone to another presentation. The title itself is very much related to education, as you can see, obviously, and it is talking about the recent changes, COVID-19, post-COVID-19. Everyone is more interested in this topic, but we've been working on this subject for a very long amount of time actually. What I'd like to do in this short presentation is give you a quick overview of the established advantages and drawbacks of online education, as well as two of the main theories, which you can see here: transactional distance theory and the 3 types of interaction by Michael G. Moore. And we will be talking about this in more detail. And I'll also try to cover some of the practical implications for the teaching faculty. So this is, as you can see, a more conceptual paper. And advantages of online education from Muhammad Ali from Athabasca University, one of the most prestigious institutions delivering online education in Canada and internationally. First of all, of course, tutoring can be done anytime, anywhere. I mean, we have seen this with personal experience post-COVID-19. And we have also seen that some people do this more efficiently than others. Materials can be updated and learners can have access to these online changes immediately. It is easier to access the materials because they're online. It is then more important for the instructors to guide and direct their learners to reach these appropriate materials. Something important in the advantages of online education is that there has to be proper course design and program design so that you can address the learners' needs, their level of knowledge and expertise, and then you can guide them to the appropriate materials for their individual study, and then support them during their learning process. So these are some general advantages, which was covered by Muhammad Ali in 2011. So what's changed recently is that we've had this huge COVID-19 situation globally, not just in the university education system, but also in the school education from primary onwards. We have had a lot of changes. So people had to move to online education, started using Zoom and other teleconferencing software to teach their classes. The age of the learners have completely changed. Before it was usually used for university, especially postgraduate level studies. But now maybe some of your children may be studying using online education. One of the most important advantages of online education is, of course, the flexibility for the learners as well. That is in terms of time, geographical location, access to their materials, learning management system, and also the costs. I know that's not always reflected by the institutions, but actually when delivered in masses, online education, especially in the form of MOOCs, can be very cost efficient. There are also benefits for the institution, such as the geographical coverage. For example, the previous slide mentioned Muhammad Ali from Athabasca University, which is in the center of Canada, and it's a huge country, as we know, and they have a huge coverage, not just in Canada, but also globally. So that is another advantage for institutions. There are a lot of maintenance costs of the buildings, photocopying, the equipment and stuff like that. Of course, in online education, you don't have to pay for these things as an institution. Another advantage would be to employ part-time or adjunct faculty to teach certain courses. They don't have to be based on campus. They don't have to be like, full-timers. You don't have to like, pay for the associated costs. That is why like in a lot of institutions actually would like to go ahead and deliver online education. Even like prior to COVID-19, that was the situation. There are, of course, some drawbacks as well. What kind of things can we talk about? A lot of people, when they complain about distance education or online education, they talk about the term distance or remote learning, remote education. This is actually a very negative connotation, and we will be addressing this in some of the following slides. It's a novel interaction pattern for a lot of the teaching staff. Most of these people have been trained in traditional classroom teaching, and that's where their like experience and expertise rely on. Unfortunately, when they had this like sudden shift, they were not like trained properly, and it's a big like learning curve for many people, and they have to adjust themselves to this. And we will be talking about what kind of adjustments can be made in the following slides. Technical and technological challenges. Of course, like, the buildings were shut down, but then the institutions had to like, buy cloud like storage for the like LMS, for example. The traffic was huge. We know there are a lot of challenges for Omantel as well. And that like was a big like, learning curve for the institutions and like the other stakeholders in terms of addressing the learning needs and like delivering their learning. Academic integrity is the last element on my list. In terms of assessing like learning, a lot of like institutions are used to having paper like exams, but of course like in online education where like people are in remote like locations, and because of COVID-19 restrictions they could not be brought into the same like space. So online like assessments had this like big issue about academic integrity, and that is also something else we will try to cover in the suggestions part. The first theory that I'd like to talk about is the theory of transactional distance. This guy called Michael G. Moore, he was the editor of American Journal for Distance Education or Distance Education, and he's got like very like visionary theories like back in the day. As you can see, this quotation is from 1993. So he's talking about the distance in distance education, and he's defining distance more of a psychological and communication space that has to be like bridged rather than the geographical. That is a very important like emphasis actually back in the day. So if you are teaching in the same classroom, but you have this psychological and communication space, actually there's a big transactional distance between you and your students. On the other hand, if you can close this gap in online education, the transactional distance will be minimal. The learning will take place like very efficiently, and like students and instructors will be both like happy in terms of their learning. So this important like notion of psychological and communications distance has to be like part of our training and understanding. There are 6 elements that have to be integrated in designing a course or a program to bridge this like distance or gap in terms of the psychological space. The first one is like presenting the content. That has to be planned very well. How will the learners like receive the content? How am I going to present the content? What kind of tools can I use? All these questions have to be answered. Motivational support is a key element in the success of online education. Without like proper guidance and motivation, it is like destined to like flop actually. Critical and analytical skills in terms of learning, understanding, and eventually like producing knowledge, which will like come later on as well. Provisional advice when learners are stuck, when they have like questions. Who and how are they going to provide advice to the students? Practice and evaluation. There are some courses, for example, with practical elements. How are they going to put their learning into practice? Not just at the theoretical level, but at the practical level. How can this be like done? And also evaluation of learning, the learning outcomes. How will this be achieved? That has to be integrated in the course design. Finally, creation of knowledge. Students, after they critically and analytically learn stuff, like how are they going to produce their knowledge and like present this as evidence of their learning? This is like another part, another element of transactional distance theory. The three types of interaction covered by Michael Moore earlier in an editorial of the journal. He's talking about three levels, actually. The first level is like learner and content interaction, which is like very common in self-study, even like when people had readings from their like personal books, there was an interaction between the learners and the content, the author, let's say, in this aspect. So any kind of education actually has this interaction. The second type of interaction is, of course, between the instructor, the facilitator, whatever you want to call it, and the learner himself or herself. That interaction does not only include transferring knowledge, but also motivating people and maintaining their interest throughout the course. Presenting information, yes, of course, that's important part of instructors' duties. But also organizing how this information will be put into application and guiding the learners throughout this process and evaluating, assessing their learner during the process and after the process, which is formative and summative assessment. The third type of interaction is the learner and learner interaction, because people learn in groups. I mean, this is a quotation from Michael Moore, as he's saying that there's a new dimension in distance education with developing technological advancements. And then he's talking about the changes in 1990s. As you can see, this was like very long time ago. And this is an important element. How do we establish interaction between learners and monitor this to facilitate peer learning? This is the third element of his interaction theory. How can we put this into application? Now, we talked about a couple of problems. One was a drawback of, let's say, post-COVID-19 online education is that people who are not trained are just delivering online courses now with a lot of problems, errors, challenges. So the first thing I'd like to highlight here is that there's a great relationship between teachers, professional development, and students' learning. This quotation from Desimone is actually talking about this. When people have effective professional development, this will reflect into students' learning in a kind of cycle, which would be followed in steps. So in terms of training, there has to be plenty of continuous professional development activities to help instructors and also the students to manage this learning curve, transferring from face-to-face classrooms, so-called traditional classrooms, into virtual classrooms, online learning, online education, and so on. Training on interaction types, I have delivered a lot of this actually, and I find this particularly useful in developing people's mindsets, improving their mindsets about how interaction should be managed in their personal courses and so on. Assessment, what are the alternative methods of assessment rather than delivering paper exams at the end of a semester or in the middle of semester? What are the other methods of assessment that has to be covered in professional development activities, especially when we're talking about online assignments? Academic integrity has to be fully present, not compromised. How can we address this? This has to be part of professional development, usually ignored, unfortunately. Finally, how would you share your good practices or best practices with your colleagues, establishing a community of teaching, teachers, a community of practice? That also is an important part of professional development. My participation in this conference is actually trying to kind of touch on this final element, which is publication. You can see my references, just 4 of them here in my final slide, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Osman, for presenting the wonderful topic. This is the time for the open questions. If anyone want to ask question, please feel free to ask questions.
Doctor, can I ask something?
Yeah. Yeah, please.
Yes, Dr. Osman, Ronaldo here again. Thank you very much for your paper. It's somehow thought-provoking. If you wouldn't mind, would you like to share your experiences in your own context, in particular in Dhofar University, how you facilitate online communication, during this new normal? I mean, are the students required to turn on their cameras? What happens if they don't? What are the practices that you would like to share, and how do you ensure that there is, fruitful interaction between the learners and the lecturers, and we ensure really that communication is interactive, learning is going on, and learning is facilitated very well, something like that. If you don't mind, things that you can share to us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your question, Dr. Ronaldo. Actually, I would have loved to answer this question, but I think we would take about at least 2 hours to address some of the topics here, and I'm sure Dr. Junesh will not allow me to take that much time. The thing is, actually, the reason I wanted to emphasize the professional development activity is that it is not it cannot be addressed with one page an instruction sent to faculty. Okay, we want you to deliver your lectures like this. I don't know if that's what's happening in your college. It cannot be addressed in an online presentation just like mine. It has to be hands-on training, and it has to address the theoretical as well as the practical aspects. I mentioned, for example, course design. So if you have not really designed your course to teach and evaluate, assess your learners, using online media, then it is pretty difficult to make up for this in the middle of the semester or at the end of the semester, because the start was not intended like that. My point is, if professional development activities in terms of covering the pedagogical, technological, and assessment aspects, not just technological, some IT experts would explain, okay, this is how you log into, for example, Google Meet, what we are using today. This is a learning curve, I'm sure, for some of us, and it would set a challenge. So a lot of the technical people would address these kind of things, how to log into the LMS, how to switch on your microphone and camera, how to make certain adjustments, but actually they don't know much about the pedagogical concepts. And we as instructors trained to teach in the traditional classrooms face-to-face, we haven't had this professional development opportunities, unfortunately. My point is, we would be very happy to organize something if the conference organizers can also set up something through teleconferencing tools addressing some of these topics. The bottom line is that there are a lot of good practices, but if you are not related to online teaching, education, research, you would rarely hear about these things. When I submitted my proposal for this conference, for example, there was a lot of criticism that it wasn't very much related to communication and stuff. Actually, that was last year before COVID-19. Once COVID-19 started, all of us, each one of us actually found ourselves in this situation because we have to communicate with our students using this new medium. So my very short answer would be that could be addressed through established, well-structured presentations. I'm very happy to share my own experiences. You might have my details from the conference organizing committee, and I might send you maybe some of my research and articles as well. And that is probably the way forward. Thank you very much for your question again.
Thank you, Dr. Reynaldo, for asking the question. Thank you, Dr. Osman, for answering it nicely. We have one more minute. So anyone want to ask questions, please? One more question can be asked. I think there is no more questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Osman, for presenting this beautiful topic. Now, we will move on to the third presentation of this session. Third presenter of this session third paper of this session will be Digital Communication in Digital Personal Banking by Dr. Nadia Shah and Dr. Mariam Anil. I welcome both of you. You may please share your screen and start the presentation.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, you're audible.
Can you see my?
Yes, we can see. Yes.
Okay. So I'm Dr. Nadia. And also with Dr. Anil, Mariam Anil, and we are presenting a topic on digital communication and personal banking. Of course, personal banking requires communication, and our communication mode has changed. And every banking institution rely on their customers' satisfaction, and to make sure of it, they have to have smooth, secure, and continuous communication with their customers. So when it is a matter of communication, the reliability vests more with the conventional type of personal communication. The old banking practices illustrates a direct relationship between bank employees and bank customers. But after the implementation of digitalization in banking sector, the entire system of banking and the communication has changed. So what is this digital communication? Nowadays, people are living with technologies, and majority of them are deeply depending on the technological updating for actively running their day-to-day life. For example, majority of the people are using smartphones, tabs, and laptops with sufficient internet connections, as they are getting in cheap price. Hence, customers can buy it from market with negotiable price rate. So it could be said that high internet penetration and increasing the usage of smartphones are the key elements which are driving technological innovation among the life of the people. So personal banking, regarding every banking institution rely on their customer satisfaction, as I told. So the old banking practices illustrates a direct relationship with bank employees and bank customers. But after the implementation of digitalization in banking sector, the entire system of banking and communication has changed. So here the digitalization is emphasizing on the word communication, where the digital communication, which means the entire banking digitalization, is fastening their services, thereby the communication with their customers is also fastening. They have to do something which makes it efficient. So the objectives of this study was to identify the relationship existing between digital communication and the personal banking, and to assess how the information availability is smoothing the relationship of digital communication and personal banking. And hypothesis was that there is no significant relationship between digital communication and personal banking. Second hypothesis was there is no statistical evidence that information availability is the finest factor for smoothing the relationship between digital communication and personal banking. And here the methodology of the study, regarding the design of the study, it was designed as descriptive and analytical in nature. Source of secondary and primary data was from published books, thesis, articles, and world internet statistics. Primary data was collected from 384 sample responses for the analysis part, and sample design purposive sampling method was used to select the sufficient sampled respondents. The criteria regarding the purposive sampling was the sample respondents must be a frequent customer of digital banking and having not less than 5 years experience in banking. And the sample size calculation was using the Cochrane's formula. And tools used for data collection and analysis, a well-structured questionnaire was developed, and around 600 questionnaires were distributed among the people, and 400 came back. And after cross-checking of each questionnaire, researcher has selected 384 questionnaires according to the number that was being derived. And the data were analyzed by using simple percentage mean, standard deviation, chi-square test for finding the relationship, and multiple regression analysis for assess how the information availability is smoothing the relationship of digital communication and personal banking. Now, variables for chi-square test, dependent variable was personal banking, and independent variable was taking the digital communication. For multiple regression, dependent variable was personal banking and digital communication, and independent was information availability for multiple regression. So the study analyzed that whether the information availability smoothens the relationship between digital communication and personal banking. The data analysis and findings and interpretation are being said here. The study found that the majority of the middle age, that is below 30 years, 70% of them have, and young age, 30 age and above, to 45, like 68% people are more preferring digital platforms where their day-to-day activities and related to personal banking. Based on the analysis of data, it can be inferred that digital communication facilities are influencing the customers when they take a financial decision regarding personal banking. Almost total 80% have agreed, but below 30%, 30 years of age, 69%, and 30 to 45 age, 83%, and above 45 age, only 43% have agreed. And study tested whether the working of personal banking is depending on digital communication or not. Here, the dependent variable was personal banking. Different type of personal banking transactions were analyzed, and the independent variable digital communication through various technological platforms. So according to the chi-square test, this was the, here p-value was 0.0 and degree of freedom is 5. It can be concluded that there is a significant association between digitalization communication and personal banking. Continuing the data analysis, multiple regression analysis was used to establish information availability, smoothing the relationship between digital communication and personal banking. Here, the predictor is information availability and the dependent variable are personal banking and digital communication. Research concludes that the information availability is significantly associated with personal banking and digital communication, and found that the smooth and fast information smoothens the relationship between digital communication and personal banking, and the regression equation was emerged. And for the conclusion, we can say that digitalization is a challenge to everyone living in this era as of presence of e-governance, electronic currency as of now. Presently, China's emerged with opting for cashless economy policy by different government and so on with digitalization. Personal banking is no more becoming a personal. Now, the biggest challenge to the bankers is to maintain the same pace and warmth with the customers as they were with them in the banks. The study found that the information availability is playing a significant role in preventing the tripping off of personal banking platform from the bank's business. So they even can concentrate more on information availability to attract more business in the digital purview. So that's it. It's a very short presentation. Thank you so much for having this patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nadia, for presenting a beautiful topic.
Yeah.
Now the question and answer session is open now. You can ask question.
Doctor, can I ask something?
Yeah, Dr. Renato, please.
Yes, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Nadia, for your interesting paper. If you don't mind, can you tell us what indicators of the concepts, the two main variables were having some kind of interactions between each other or among each other, and how many % of the variances were explained by your dependent variable or your independent variable? Because the way the data were presented, you took the terms like as a whole, but we are more interested in the in the nuances, or shall I say, in the different elements or sub-dimensions of the different concepts that may have interactions between each of them or among them. Thank you.
This was about the personal banking area, where the communication, whether the age-wise and the especially the age-wise, we didn't even go in for the gender-wise. We just meant for the age-wise presentation, and also we were looking about the relationship between the digital communication with personal banking, and how much the information was available and how much this information giving or presenting was effective for digital communication with personal banking. And we have seen in this presentation that in the study that the age below, younger age people are ready to go for personal banking in digital world rather than the older ones. So about 45 years was we considered it as the older ones. They were reluctant, or majority of them were reluctant to go for a digital way of personal banking because of many other reasons, which we can have taken the reason we can take as a future study. of this topic. I guess I have explained it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reynaldo, for asking the question, and thank you, Dr. Nadia, for answering it.
Thank you, Doctor.
Question from anyone?
Yes, can I?
Yeah, please carry on.
Yes, Dr. Hannah.
Yes, Dr. Nadia, it is very interested topics, and just I want to ask if you are test any multicollinearity between, especially in multiple regressions, because I think that the two variables that you used as independent variables, they have some link together.
Yeah, I didn't get your question.
I said, do you test the multicollinearity in multiple regressions? Because
no, I didn't test multicollinearity.
Okay. Because I feel that these two independent variable has some relation to others. So maybe the result will be attributed to this fact. So
Okay.
just, yes. Okay.
Dr. Hannah, could just interfere? I think Dr. Nadia, your area of specialties is communication, isn't
Finance.
it?
No, it's on finance.
Finance,
actually.
okay. That's why you're using your multiple regression here.
Yeah.
I think you're well
So,
acquainted.
yeah, communication actually, communication is everywhere needed. Like it's not away from any part of the sector. So finance also, here in banking sector, we need the communication as in the banks also. The personal
I know.
communication should be, so that's why I took this topic.
Actually, what Dr. Hannah stated actually is valid. Because, but I think here in these sections, you just need only to test the correlation. between the variables.
That's right. That's
Fine. I'm not sure. There might be some issues with the collinearity, but it was a bit interesting. I just wanted to double check if you're from the communication domain but you're a finance.
Okay. We are from, I am from finance, and Dr. Mariam is from management.
Okay, thank you. It was a good work anyway.
Thank you, Dr. Said. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Said, for your valuable input. We have time. Do anyone want to ask questions, please? You're free to ask questions, please. I think there is no more questions from the audience. Thank you, Dr. Nadia, for presenting the paper and answering the session.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is the end of session 4. Now I'm hand over the session to Dr. Arafat. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Janish, for chairing session 4 on digital media, which featured 3 papers. And right now we are having, let's say, 8 minutes of break, and then we shall get back to you. Yes, welcome again to the first UTAS International Conference on Communication Studies, Media, Communication and Culture in the Digital Age. نرحب بكم جميعا في المؤتمر الدولي الأول لدراسات الاتصال في جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية تحت عناوين الإعلام والثقافة والاتصال في العصر الرقمي. So this session is going to be the last session for our conference, and it is going to be administered in Arabic. So we would like the attendees to bear with us 40 minutes because we will have a session on awarding the best paper and also the recommendations for the conference. أعزائي الحضور، اليوم راح نعمل جلسة، ستقام الجلسة هذه باللغة العربية، وستقوم الدكتورة هناء بإدارة هذه الجلسة. سوف تكون معنا ورقتين، والدكتورة هناء سوف تبدأ الآن. تفضلي دكتورة هناء.
طيب، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أتشرف اليوم بإدارة الجلسة الخامسة والأخيرة للمؤتمر الدولي الأول في دراسة الاتصالات بجامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية، كلية العلوم التطبيقية بصلالة. تعرض في هذه الجلسة ورقتين بحثيتين، الورقة الأولى بعنوان الدعاية في الشريعة الإسلامية، والورقة الثانية عن دور أخبار عمان في ترتيب أولويات الصفوة العمانية نحو القضايا المحلية. مدة العرض لكل ورقة بحثية هي 15 دقيقة زائد 5 دقائق للأسئلة. على حسب القواعد للمؤتمر هنالك تنبيه بعد 10 دقائق وآخر بعد 14 دقيقة. نبتدي إن شاء الله. الورقة الأولى بعنوان الدعاية في الشريعة الإسلامية، يقدمها الدكتور رائد بن عوض بالخير، وهو أستاذ مساعد بقسم المتطلبات العامة بجامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية، كلية العلوم التطبيقية بصلالة، والباحث لديه العديد من الكتب والأبحاث المنشورة، وقد شارك في عدد من المؤتمرات الدولية والندوات والبرامج التدريبية، وقد فاز بجائزة الإنجاز عن الاتحاد الدولي للمنجزين العرب والأفارقة سنة 2019. دكتور رايد، ابتدي، عندك 15 دقيقة إن شاء الله، فلتتفضل. ممكن تعرض البرزنتيشن بتاعك، العرض.
الميكروفون الآن فتح معي دكتورة، بس لحظة إن شاء الله أعرض.
إن شاء الله.
نعم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. أما بعد، بداية أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل إلى القائمين على هذا المؤتمر وعلى إتاحة هذه الفرصة للمشاركة مع هذه النخبة من الأساتذة والباحثين. عنوان بحثي الدعاية في ضوء الشريعة الإسلامية، وتناولت هذا الموضوع من خلال 3 مباحث. المبحث الأول تحدثت فيه عن الدعاية الإسلامية، تأصيل المصطلح ومفهومه، والمبحث الثاني عن استراتيجية الدعاية الإسلامية وأساليبها والدعاية المضادة، والمبحث الثالث تحدثت فيه عن ضوابط الدعاية الإسلامية والأحكام الشرعية المتعلقة بها. الصوت واضح؟
نعم، واضح.
أولا، المبحث الأول عن تأصيل الدعاية الإسلامية. الإسلام منهج متميز، ومن جوانب تميز الإسلام أنه دقيق في ألفاظه وتحديد معانيه وبناء الأحكام على ذلك. وهذا المصطلح فيه إشكالية، هل هو مصطلح إسلامي أم هو مصطلح غربي؟ ولذلك يجب أن نؤصل هذه المسألة وتأصيل المصطلح معناه العودة به إلى أسسه وقواعد الشرعية التي تحكمه في ضوء القرآن الكريم والسنة النبوية المطهرة. ما أهمية هذا التأصيل؟ إعادة هذا المصطلح إلى أصله اللغوي ومدلوله الشرعي وسياقه التاريخي الأوروبي يكشف لنا الكثير من الزيف والتشويه الذي علق بهذا المصطلح جراء الاستعمال المغرض له من قبل النازية والشيوعية والصليبية. فقد استخدم المصطلح أول ما استخدم لتهييج الصليبيين ضد المسلمين، وجاءت هذه الكلمة الدعاية أو ظهرت في القرن السابع عشر، ويرجع الباحثون أول إطلاق لهذه اللفظة في الثقافة الغربية إلى أيام البابا أوربان الثاني المولود عام 471 هجرية، متوفى عام 491 هجرية. ونركز على هذا التاريخ لأن سنستنتج بعد ذلك هل هذا المصطلح إسلامي أم غربي. حتى نؤصل لابد أن نبحث عن المعنى اللغوي والمعنى الاصطلاحي. كلمتي الدعوة والدعاية في اللغة العربية مشتقة من الفعل دعا يدعو دعوة ودعاية، وتشير إلى النداء والطلب والاستغاثة والإمالة، وكذلك الإخبار، وهو جزء من جزئيات الإعلام. هذا اللفظ لفظ الدعوة أطلق أو استخدم في التراث الإسلامي لأنه ورد في القرآن الكريم. أما لفظ الدعاية لم يرد في القرآن، ولكنه ورد في السنة النبوية المطهرة في رسائل النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم التي وجهها إلى ملوك وقادة الأمم، وذلك في السنة السادسة من الهجرة النبوية. وهنا أرجع إلى التاريخ الغربي والتاريخ الإسلامي، وهذا يعني أن كلمة الدعاية كلمة أصلها إسلامية وليست غربية، وأن أول من استخدمها هو النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم في السنة السادسة من الهجرة النبوية في رسائله إلى القادة والملوك، من ذلك رسالة الرسول إلى هرقل وفيها فإني أدعوك بدعاية الإسلام، ورسائله إلى كسرى والمقوقس والنجاشي، وفيها روايات أدعوك بداعية الإسلام وأدعوك بدعاية الله. من هنا يتضح، وطبعا هذه أحاديث صحيحة في البخاري ومسلم وأيضا وردت في كتب التاريخ، وهذا يدل على أن الدعاية الواردة في الأحاديث هي الدعوة إلى الإسلام والدعوة إلى الله تعالى، وأن المسلمين استخدموا لفظ الدعاية في المجال السياسي واستخدموا لفظ الدعوة في المجالات الأخرى. المفهوم الاصطلاحي للدعوة والدعاية ذهب بعض علماء الاتصال ذهب بعض علماء الاتصال إلى التفريق بين الدعوة والدعاية، وأن كل مصطلح يدل على معنى مغاير لما يدل عليه المصطلح الآخر. وذهب فريق آخر إلى التوفيق والجمع بين الدعوة والدعاية، وأن اللفظين يدلان على شيء واحد أو معنى واحد، وإن كان هذا الفريق يفضل استخدام لفظة الدعوة لما شابه لفظ الدعاية من سوء الاستعمال والكذب والتضليل. خرجت من هذا بأن الذين فرقوا حصروا انتقادهم في الدعاية الخبيثة أو الدعاية السلبية أو تسمى الدعاية السوداء، والذين جمعوا بين الدعوة والدعاية قصدوا الدعاية الطيبة أو الدعاية الإيجابية أو ما يسمى بالدعاية البيضاء، فهما مختلفان في القصد. ويمكن أن نجمع بين آراء الفريقين ونوفق بينهم بأن الدعاية تنطبق على الدعوة إذا كانت من نوع الدعاية الطيبة التي تستخدم الصدق والوضوح وتلتزم الحق والعدل، ولا تنطبق على الدعوة إذا كانت من نوع الدعاية الخبيثة التي تستخدم الكذب والتسلط والتضليل. ومن هنا فإن الدعوة هي الدعاية، لكنها دعاية طيبة للدين الإسلامي تلتزم بثوابت الإسلام من الصدق ووضوح المنهج والهدف والغاية. ثم خلصت إلى استنتجت تعريف للدعاية الإسلامية. الدعاية من وجهة النظر الإسلامية جهد منظم مقصود واعي يهدف القائمين عليه إلى إقناع المدعوين بأفكارهم وآرائهم وسلوكياتهم واستمالتهم بكل وسيلة مشروعة. وكلمة مشروعة هذه ستأتي في الفصل الثالث أو في المبحث الثالث عندما نتحدث عن الأحكام الشرعية. بكل وسيلة مشروعة مستخدمين كل وسائل الاتصال. فالدعاية الإسلامية نشر الحق استنادا إلى الشرع والمنطق والأخلاق، وهذه هي حدود الدعاية الإسلامية. يعني يطلق عليها الحدود. المبحث الثاني تحدثت فيه عن استراتيجية الدعاية الإسلامية وأساليبها والدعاية المضادة. واستراتيجية الدعاية الإسلامية تعتمد على أسس، منها إعداد الفرد برفع مستوى وعي الأفراد ومسؤوليتهم بخطورة الأخبار وتداولها وأهميتها، خاصة في الجوانب الأمنية والعسكرية التي تخص الدولة، وكذلك تنمية شعور بالثقة بالنفس والإيمان بالله سبحانه وتعالى وحب الوطن والدفاع عنه والكفاح والصمود وعدم اليأس. تحصين المجتمع بتوعية الناس وتكوين الحس السياسي والإعلامي لصيانة الرأي العام وتحصينه من التأثر بالإشاعات والأكاذيب التي يبثها المدسون والخصوم والمخربين، ثم نقل الدعاية الإعلامية إلى معسكر الأعداء. أساليب الدعاية الإسلامية، وهذه مستنتجة من القرآن الكريم ومن سنة النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم والتاريخ الإسلامي، ومن صورها الهتافات والشعارات والشعر، واستخدمها النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم والمسلمون كذلك في عهده، منها في غزوة بدر أحد أحد، يا خيل الله اركبي، شعار النبي الأعظم الله أكبر. أيضا من الشعر أو من الرجز قول النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عند حفر الخندق: اللهم لا عيش إلا عيش الآخرة فاغفر للأنصار والمهاجرة. ثم الدعاية بالأعمال الرمزية، وهي الدعاية الفعلية، وهذه أبلغ تأثيرا من الدعاية الكلامية، واستخدمها النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم في فتح مكة عندما أمر أصحابه أن يوقدوا النيران الكثيرة في عرفة، وأيضا عندما أمر العباس أن يحبس أبا سفيان عند خطم الجبل حتى ينظر إلى المسلمين أو ينظر إلى جيوش المسلمين. فلما مرت كتيبة النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم تسمى الكتيبة الخضراء، فيها المهاجرين والأنصار ومعهم رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم، هاله ما شاهد فهتف في قومه فأسلم ودخل في الإسلام. ثم الشائعات، واستخدمها خالد بن الوليد رضي الله تعالى عنه قبيل معركة اليرموك حين قال ردا على ماهان قائد الروم عندما اتهم المسلمين بأنهم جاءوا من أجل المال ومن أجل يعني الطعام، فرد عليه خالد بن الوليد: إن قوم نشرب الدماء وإنه بلغنا أنه لا دم أطيب من دم الروم فجئنا لذلك، طبعا تخويف. فقال أصحابي: هذا والله ما كنا نحدث به عن العرب أو نحدث به عن العرب. فكان الانتصار العظيم للمسلمين على الروم في بلاد الشام. الدعاية المضادة هي الدعاية الموجهة من طرف المسلمين تجاه أعدائهم أو خصومهم ردا على دعاياتهم التحريضية. ومن أهم المبادئ التي يعتمد عليها الاستعداد واليقظة، وفيها أشياء كثيرة جدا، منها كتمان الأسرار، تحديد أفكار العدو، السبق والمفاجأة، انتقاء أسلوب الرد على الدعاية. كيف أرد على الدعاية؟ فهناك الدعاية المضادة المباشرة، الرد مباشر، وهناك الرد غير المباشر، وأحيانا الصمت والإهمال، تحويل الأنظار عن الدعاية بشغل الناس بشيء آخر مفيد، وهذه كلها عليها أدلة من سيرة النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم، ولكن لا مجال لذكرها، ذكرتها في البحث. ومن أساليب الدعاية المضادة، وهذا هو المهم، كشف أهداف وأساليب الدعاية المعادية، كشف محاولات التفرقة أو الفرقة، كشف محاولات التضليل وتثبيط العزائم، كشف محاولات زعزعة الثقة في النصر، وهذه كلها موجودة في سورة التوبة ولها أمثلة في سورة التوبة. تحطيم معنويات العدو أو الخصم بالهز والإسقاط، بالهجر والحجر، بالتهديد والوعيد، وأيضا موجود في سورة التوبة الآيات التي تدل على كل هذه الأساليب وصورها. استهداف مراكز الدعاية عن طريق قمع وتحطيم الرموز المعادية، الإجهاز على دابر الشر، البحث عن مصدر الدعاية والقضاء عليها. فإذا قضينا على مصدر الدعاية يعني نحن نستطيع بعد ذلك أن نكشفها. عندنا بعد ذلك في الأخير حديث عن الضوابط والأحكام الشرعية المتعلقة بممارسة الدعاية، وطبعا الحديث هنا عن ضوابط عن الضوابط الشرعية للدعاية السلبية. الدعاية الإيجابية ليست لها ضوابط لأنها إيجابية. الضوابط هنا
اختصر.
نعم.
عندك دقيقة واحدة.
طيب الضوابط هنا للدعاية السلبية، وضوابط الدعاية في الشريعة الإسلامية: الصدق، التبين والتثبت، الحذر والحيطة، الإعراض عن اللغو، ثم الشورى. وطبعا كل واحدة لها صور ولها أعمال. وأخيرا وليس آخرا الأحكام الشرعية المتعلقة بممارسة الدعاية. وعندنا حكم ممارسة الدعاية داخل المجتمع الإسلامي، طبعا الدعاية السلبية، وهي محرمة. يحرم على المسلم أن يستخدم الدعاية السلبية حتى داخل المجتمع الإسلامي. فحرم الإسلام الكذب والغيبة والنميمة والبهتان والإفك والقذف والتجسس والعمالة مع العدو. أما حكم ممارستها تجاه الأعداء يعني خارج المجتمع الإسلامي لها حكمين: في حالة السلم وفي حالة الحرب. في حالة السلم لا يجوز أن نمارس الدعاية السلبية ضد الأعداء، لأنه إما مسالم أو معاهد، فلا يجوز أن أستخدم ضده هذه الدعاية إلا إذا كانت دعوة إلى الإسلام، دعوة إلى هدى. أما في حالة الحرب هذه حالة استثنائية يجوز فيها ممارسة الدعاية السلبية، ويجوز فيها حتى الكذب على العدو واستعمال الشائعات وكل وسيلة تلحق الضرر والهزيمة والخذلان في العدو. وأستشهد هنا بما فعله الدليل على هذا ما فعله النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عندما قامت قريش وبني قريظة بالتحالف، فدخل واحد من المشركين دخل في الإسلام اسمه نعيم بن مسعود أو نعيم بن مسعود، فجاء إلى النبي قال: مرني. فقال له النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم: أنت رجل واحد، لكن قال له كلمتين، قال: خذل عنا فإن الحرب خدعة. خذل عنا فإن الحرب خدعة. فهذا الرجل يعني ذهب إلى بني قريظة وقال لهم أن كفار قريش غدارين ويحتاج أن يكون عندكم أمان بأن تأخذوا دقيقة بس دكتور، بأن تأخذوا 10 منهم. ثم ذهب إلى كفار قريش وقال لهم بأن بني قريظة سيقتلون 10 منكم، فبدل من أن تكون يعني الحرب بين المسلمين وبني قريظة وقريش صارت بين قريش وبني قريظة. فيجوز استخدام في حالة الحرب. طبعا في النهاية توصيات ويعني النتائج لا داعي، لأن النتائج هي يعني نتيجة ما ذكرته سابقا، والتوصيات فقط وضع استراتيجية إعلام إسلامي تعتمد على القرآن والسنة، وإيجاد مؤسسات تحلل وتدرس الدعاية المعادية وتكشف أهدافها وتحصن أفراد المجتمع من مخاطرها. أشكركم على حسن الاستماع والإنصات. يعني بحث طويل ولكن حاولت أن أختصره، وأشكر يعني القائمين مرة ثانية على هذه.
بارك الله فيك.
وأي سؤال مستعدين إن شاء الله.
بارك الله فيك، بحث ممتع، وأتمنى يكون في أسئلة، في فرصة بتاعت سؤال أو سؤالين.
بسم الله، تفضلوا إذا في أي أسئلة متعلقة بالأمر.
دكتورة، أنا ما عندي سؤال، لكن بقدر ما هو الثناء. شكرا دكتور رايد، بصراحة يعني معلومات قيمة ويعني مفيدة جدا، وهذا يدعونا إلى أنه فعلا يعني قطاع البزنس، الدعاية والماركتينج وغيره، أنه يعني حبذا يكون هناك مساهمات من الجانب الآخر، يعني لا يعني نتقوقع على فقط بعض الأمور اللي هي شبعت من الدراسات وخلافه في الإطار الإسلامي، ولكن الإسلام بحر وداخل في كل مناحي الحياة. فشكرا للدكتور رايد على إلقاء الضوء على هذه النقطة، وجزاك الله خير، ومعلومات فعلا يعني استفدنا منها، جزاك الله خير. شكرا، ما عندي سؤال، الله يحفظكم.
طيب شكرا جزيلا.
جزاك الله خير الدكتور. أنا فقط أخلص من هذا كله أنه نتمنى يعني مثل هذه المصطلحات، يعني في مصطلحات يعني هي مصطلحات إسلامية ولكن استخدمها الغرب يعني للتضليل، كمصطلح هذا المصطلح الدعاية، وأيضا مصطلح الإرهاب، لأن نحن لغتنا دقيقة جدا وتفرق بين الأعمال، ويعني عندنا جنح وعندنا جرائم وعندها غيرها، فتفرق يعني تفريق دقيق جدا. ولذلك الإرهاب هذا يتهم به المسلمون ويتهم به أي شخص يعمل أعمال هي ليست أعمال إرهابية حقيقة، قد يكون بغي أو قد تكون جناية أو قد تكون جنحة أو قد تكون غيرها. والدعاية نفس الشيء، الدعاية نفس الشيء، يعني يستخدم ضد الإسلام وضد المسلمين.
طيب
تفضلوا دكتورة.
باين ما في سؤال تاني، فنختم إن شاء الله مع دكتور رايد. شكرا جزيلا على الورقة البحثية القيمة إن شاء الله، ونتمنى نلتقيك في إن شاء الله في أبحاث أخرى بإذن الله تعالى ومؤتمرات. الآن نقدم الورقة البحثية الثانية اللي هي تقدمها عن دور أخبار عمان في ترتيب أولويات الصفوة العمانية نحو القضايا المحلية، مقدمة من الباحثة بوزارة الإعلام الأستاذة انتصار بنت حبيب بن علي الشبلية، وهي عملت كصحفية في جريدة الشبيبة ومحررة أخبار ومراسلة في تلفزيون سلطنة عمان، وقد رشحت الباحثة لنيل لقب سفيرة شباب الفكر العربي ممثلة عن سلطنة عمان في 2012. أستاذ انتصار، فلتتفضلي بعرض ورقتك البحثية، وهي الورقة مأخوذة من بحثها لنيل درجة الماجستير في الإعلام من جامعة السلطان قابوس. الآن تفضلي في مدة قدرها 15 دقيقة إن شاء الله.
السلام عليكم، الصوت واضح؟
نعم.
والعرض
العرض
واضح دكتورة؟
نعم واضح، تفضلي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، الصلاة والسلام على خير المرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. بداية أشكر القائمين على المؤتمر لإتاحة الفرصة لي للمشاركة بهذا العرض وفي هذا المؤتمر الثري والقيم بأوراقه والمشاركين فيه، وشكرا أيضا للدكتورة هناء على هذا التقديم الطيب. أتحدث عن بحثي والذي هو عبارة عن ملخص لرسالة ماجستير أجريتها في عام 2017 ضمن حصولي على درجة الماجستير من جامعة السلطان قابوس. البحث عنوانه دور نشرة أخبار عمان في ترتيب أولويات الصفوة العمانية نحو القضايا المحلية. هذه الرسالة تضمنت أربعة فصول. بداية بدأتها بالإطار النظري والمنهجي للرسالة، ثم الأخبار في تلفزيون سلطنة عمان ونتائج الدراسة التحليلية والميدانية، وأولويات نشرة الأخبار المحلية وأولويات الصفوة العمانية باستعراضها، وفي الخاتمة تضمنت الإجابة عن تساؤلات الدراسة ومناقشة النتائج والتوصيات. أحب أن أعرج إلى الفصل الثاني، الأخبار في تلفزيون سلطنة عمان. بسبب قلة المصادر التي غير موجودة تتحدث عن وزارة الإعلام أو عن تلفزيون سلطنة عمان والأخبار الموجودة فيها، لذا عرجت إلى إجراء المقابلات مع العاملين في التلفزيون، مما وفر لي معلومات دقيقة ومعلومات أيضا حديثة. في هذا العرض سأقدم مشكلة الدراسة وأهمية الدراسة وأهداف الدراسة والتساؤلات، ثم النظرية المستخدمة والنتائج التي تم التوصل إليها والتحديات التي واجهتني، ومقترحات لدراسات مستقبلية مشابهة أو تتعلق بنطاق تقديم النشرات الإخبارية. في مشكلة الدراسة تم تحديد وكشف العلاقة بين أولويات النشرات الإخبارية للقضايا المحلية في تلفزيون سلطنة عمان، وتحديدا نشرة أخبار عمان، وأولويات الصفوة العمانية المتمثلة في أعضاء مجلس الدولة والشورى والأكاديميين والإعلاميين حول نفس القضايا خلال الفترة من الثاني إلى 31 من أكتوبر عام 2016. الملفت في هذه الدراسة أنها تتكون من دراستين أو بحثين، دراسة تحليلية ودراسة ميدانية. تحديداً لماذا اخترت الأخبار التلفزيونية؟ بعض المراجع أشارت إلى أن قوة المادة الإخبارية التلفزيونية تتشكل من خلال علاقتها بالحياة السياسية والاجتماعية والاقتصادية للمجتمع، وكفاءتها في التحليل والنقد، وتبنيها لمطالب الرأي العام في مختلف مناحي الحياة من خلال تناول المعلومات وجمع الأخبار وتفسيرها. كما أن الدراسات الإعلامية التي تم الاستناد إليها في هذه الدراسة والتي أجريت في ترتيب الأولويات على وسائل أوضحت أو أشارت إلى أن وسائل الإعلام غير قادرة على تقديم جميع المواضيع التي تقع في المجتمع، وإنما يقوم القائم بالاتصال باختيار بعض منها والتركيز عليها، مما يجعلها تثير أو تشد اهتمام الجمهور. واهتمت هذه البحوث بدراسة العلاقة بين أولويات القضايا التي تطرحها وسائل الإعلام وأولويات القضايا التي تشغل بال الجمهور. لماذا تحديداً نشرة أخبار عمان؟ لأنها هي النشرة المحلية، ومن خلال المعلومات التي تمكنت من الحصول عليها من وزارة الإعلام أن المادة الإخبارية في القناة العامة بتلفزيون سلطنة عمان تشكل نسبة 17.37% من إجمالي المواد والبرامج التي تم بثها، بواقع 1501 ساعة من إجمالي 8640 ساعة من البث السنوي. نشرة أخبار عمان تشغل ما نسبته 16% بواقع 244 ساعة. وما يميز هذه النشرة بأنها تركز على الشأن المحلي في الجوانب السياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية والثقافية وغيرها الكثير من المناشط المحلية التي تهم الرأي العام المحلي. أهمية الدراسة إضافة للدراسات الإعلامية التي أجريت على نشرات الإخبار المحلية، وفي وقت إجرائي للدراسة لم يكن هناك سوى دراسة واحدة فقط أجريت على نشرات الأخبار في تلفزيون سلطنة عمان، وتحديداً نشرة أخبار العاشرة وليس النشرة المحلية. كما أن هذه الدراسة حسب حدود العلم الباحثة أنها الدراسة الأولى التي تجمع بين دراسات تحليل المضمون ودراسات الجمهور من خلال معرفة دور نشرة أخبار عمان في ترتيب أولويات الصفوة العمانية، وأهمية نشرة أخبار عمان النشرة المحلية، وأهمية أيضاً الصفوة العمانية عينة الدراسة والمتمثلة في الأكاديميين وأعضاء مجلس عمان والإعلاميين. تهدف الدراسة إلى الإجابة عن مجموعة من التساؤلات: ما القضايا المحلية التي ركزت عليها نشرات الأخبار المحلية؟ ما أولويات القضايا المحلية التي ركزت عليها نشرات الأخبار المحلية التلفزيونية؟ وأولويات الصفوة العمانية تجاه القضايا المحلية، وتفسير أسباب اهتمام الصفوة العمانية بالقضايا المطروحة في نشرات الأخبار المحلية، ومن ثم قياس درجة الارتباط والتوافق بين أولويات النشرة الإخبارية المحلية وأولويات الصفوة العمانية. المنهج الذي تم الاعتماد عليه في هذه الدراسة هو منهج المسح الإعلامي، وكما ذكرت أن الدراسة تضمنت دراسة تحليلية استخدمت أداة تحليل المضمون لمسح محتوى النشرات الإخبارية، واستخدمت الدراسة الميدانية أداة صحيفة الاستقصاء لعينة من الصفوة العمانية للتعرف على أولوياتهم من القضايا المحلية التي تقدمها نشرة أخبار عمان. النظريات المستخدمة: استخدمت الباحثة نظرية ترتيب الأولويات الأجندة سيتينج، حيث يمكن القول أن هذه النظرية مهمة في تقديم إطار لتفسير العلاقة بين وسائل الإعلام والجمهور المتلقي، حيث تؤكد أن وسائل الإعلام تساهم في ترتيب الأولويات عند الجمهور. كما أن هذه الدراسة سعت إلى تحديد العلاقة بين أولويات القضايا التي تطرحها نشرات الأخبار المحلية وأولويات القضايا التي تشغل اهتمام الصفوة العمانية، وتم تحديد نوع هذه العلاقة من خلال تحديد الموضوعات والقضايا التي تطرحها النشرات الإخبارية وتحديد الموضوعات والقضايا التي يهتم بها الجمهور. الدراسة انطلقت من فرضية وجود علاقة ارتباط إيجابية بين ترتيب أولويات القضايا المحلية في نشرة أخبار عمان وترتيب أولويات هذه القضايا لدى الصفوة العمانية، لذا تم قياس النتائج بمقاربة بين هذه الفرضية واكتشاف مدى صحتها. من أبرز ما خلصت إليه نتائج الدراسة أن إلى تعدد القضايا التي ركزت عليها النشرات الإخبارية المحلية، منها القضايا الاقتصادية، هذا طبعاً وفق الترتيب من الأعلى أو الأكثر نسبة، القضايا الاقتصادية والقضايا السياسية، ثم القضايا المشاريع الخدمية وقضايا المرأة والطفل، ثم قضايا مؤسسات المجتمع المدني والقضايا العسكرية والأمنية، ومن ثم القضايا البيئية. هناك العديد من القضايا الأخرى التي تم أيضاً ذكرها والتطرق لها وتعريفها في الإجراءات التعريفية ضمن الدراسة، لكنها حظيت بنسبة أقل من حيث المشاهدة ومن حيث الاهتمام من قبل الجمهور أيضاً والطرح في النشرة. كما خلصت الدراسة إلى أن القضايا الاقتصادية ضمن أولويات القضايا المحلية التي ركزت عليها النشرات الإخبارية بنسبة تكرار قاربت 20%. هذه النسبة الأعلى، وترتبط هذه القضايا بالخطط الاقتصادية للدولة وتنويع مصادر الدخل وتنشيط العجلة الاقتصادية من خلال الحركة وأخبار الأنشطة والاستثمارات في مختلف المواقع في السلطنة. درجة الارتباط التي تم التوصل إليها يمكن رؤيتها من خلال الجدول التالي الذي يستعرض القضايا وترتيب التكرار وثم قيمة الارتباط ومستوى الارتباط. القضايا الاقتصادية المتعلقة بالمشاريع وأسعار النفط والسياحة حظيت بالنسبة الأعلى، وبينها وبين النشرات الإخبارية وفق التحليل بين دراسة النشرات الإخبارية والصفوة يوجد ارتباط بقيمته واحد ارتباط، وهو تحقق ارتباط ثقافية وترفيهية. في القضايا العلمية والطبية تحقق ارتباط بنسبة 935، وهو يمكن وصفه بارتباط قوي جدا. بينما في القضايا الخدمية والاجتماعية بمقارنتها وتحليلها بين اهتمامات نشرة أخبار عمان ونشرة الجمهور واهتمامات الجمهور اتضح وجود ارتباط متوسط. وفي القضايا السياسية والسيادية اتضح وجود ارتباط ضعيف بين اهتمامات نشرة أخبار عمان واهتمامات الجمهور. بمعنى هنا أن الاهتمامات تختلف، اهتمامات نشرة أخبار عمان تختلف عن اهتمامات الجمهور فيما يتعلق بالقضايا السياسية والسيادية. خلاصة النتائج من خلال الكثير من النسب أو الكثير من التحليلات التي تم استعراضها في الدراسة لم أستطع التطرق لها هنا بسبب ضيق الوقت. هذا التحليل يؤكد على أن نشرة أخبار عمان تقوم بدور التأثير في ترتيب أولويات الصفوة العمانية مجال الدراسة بشأن القضايا المحلية، بما يكشف تقارب الأولويات في القضايا المحلية لدى كل منها، سواء في القضايا السياسية أو الاقتصادية والاجتماعية أو الترفيهية والرياضية. هذا بشكل عام. من ضمن التحديات التي واجهتني أثناء الإعداد للدراسة وعدم تجاوب بعض أعضاء مجلس الدولة والشورى والأكاديميين العمانيين، حيث كانت الدراسة في مخططها الأول تقتصر فقط على الأكاديميين، ثم اضطررنا إلى التوسع في عينة الدراسة لتشمل أعضاء مجلس الدولة والشورى، أعضاء مجلس عمان، والإعلاميين العاملين في المؤسسات الإعلامية في السلطنة. أيضاً قلة الاهتمام بالدراسات العلمية لدى الصفوة العمانية شكلت عائق في تطور العملية البحثية التي تركز على أدوات البحث العلمي، فعلى الرغم من تحديد هوية عينة الصفوة إلا أنهم شكلوا عائقاً في فهم مقتضيات البحث العلمي. أيضاً من ندرة المراجع العلمية التي تتحدث عن قطاع الأخبار في تلفزيون سلطنة عمان، وهذا كما ذكرت سابقاً تم تجاوزه من خلال إجراء المقابلات. استثمرت الباحثة وجودها أو عملها في تلفزيون سلطنة عمان بإجراء مقابلات مع العاملين في التلفزيون، وهذا مكنها من الحصول على معلومات دقيقة جدا وأيضا حديثة قد لا تتوفر في المراجع الورقية.
شكرا. طيب
هذا
نص دقيقة.
طيب المقترحات هو الاهتمام بدراسات الجمهور لتطوير مضمون النشرات الإخبارية، وهذا ما يساعد الجمهور، هذا ما يساعد أيضا التلفزيون سلطنة عمان على تطوير هذه النشرات وإفادة الجمهور بشكل أكبر. إجراء مزيد من البحوث والتحليل على نشرة أخبار عمان وهي النشرة المحلية كما ذكرت سابقا. الاهتمام ببحوث المستمعين والمشاهدين ليتمكن التلفزيون أو وزارة الإعلام من تطوير أولوياتها وجعل الخطط الاستراتيجية وتطوير أولويات الخطط الاستراتيجية، وضرورة تحث الباحثة على ضرورة الاهتمام بالنشرات الإخبارية بالمصادر الإخبارية والابتعاد عن تجهيل المصادر، وهذا فعلا ما تم الكشف عنه من خلال الدراسة، وتفعيل نشاط المراسلين مراسلي التلفزيون في الحصول على المعلومات من المؤسسات دون انتظار دوائر العلاقات العامة والإعلام. شكرا جزيلا على حسن الاستماع، وأتمنى أكون قد أفدتكم وأتيح المجال لمناقشاتكم وأسئلتكم.
شكرا جزيلا أستاذ انتصار. فعلا هو بحث مقدر وموضوع شيق جدا جدا، ونفتح الفرصة إن شاء الله للنقاش. لو في أي حد عنده سؤال يتقدم إن شاء الله. طيب إذا ما في سؤال، أنا عندي سؤال بسيط لأستاذ انتصار. لو سمحت أستاذة، هل ممكن نصل لتوصية نعرضها أو توصية معينة للبحث بتاعك؟ إيش الاهتمام بالنشرة المحلية؟ كيف؟
أسمعك دكتورة، كملي.
أيوة، يعني هل الاهتمام يكون تركيز أكثر على النشرة المحلية، وما هي معظم القضايا المهمة التي يجب أن تناقش في هذه النشرة؟
طيب، نلاحظ من خلال الدراسة أن القضايا التي تتعلق بالجمهور، منها قضايا المرأة أو القضايا الخدمية، لم تحتل الترتيب الأول، إنما احتلت التصنيف الثالث من بعد القضايا الاقتصادية والقضايا الثقافية. ينبغي أن يتم التركيز على القضايا الخدمية التي تهم المواطن بشكل أكبر، بالتالي هي ما يسهم في زيادة اهتمام أو جذب أو لفت انتباه الجمهور إلى متابعة نشرات الأخبار أو حتى التلفزيون بشكل عام.
دكتورة هنا عندي سؤال.
اتفضل. يس، عندنا 3 دقائق.
أولا أشكر انتصار على هذا البحث القيم. فقط عندي سؤال أو سؤال سريع. ما هي العوامل المؤثرة على الأجندة الإعلامية برأيك، كونك عاملة في القطاع؟ فبرأيك أن أهم 3 أو أهم عاملين أثروا على ترتيب أولويات النشرة؟
طيب، العوامل تم ذكرها أيضا في فصل الحديث عن تلفزيون سلطنة عمان، وهذا بناء على كلام القائمين بالاتصال في التلفزيون. من بينها التدخلات الإدارة، كونها قناة تلفزيونية حكومية، من بينها تدخلات الإدارة، ومن بينها أيضا جانب الخبرة أو المعرفة أو الدراية العلمية التي يتمتع بها العاملين على أو القائمين على الاتصال في التلفزيون. يعني ربما يكون هذين أبرز عاملين يتحكموا في تقديم المادة.
لو سمحتي سكر المايك بتاعي. نعم أستاذ انتصار، واصلي.
طيب، أتمنى أن يكون وضحت الإجابة كذا.
أستاذة موزة؟
أيوة، نعم واضحة تقريبا، لأن هي عاملة أنا دراسة قريبة في مجال نفس الموضوع تقريبا، فالعوامل نوعا ما متشعبة وهي سياسية بالدرجة الأولى. شكرا انتصار.
العفو.
طيب، بنشكر أستاذ انتصار ودكتور رايد. فعلا كانت جلسة قيمة، استفدنا منها حاجات كثيرة، وإن شاء الله بتفتح مجال لباحثين آخرين عشان يتناولوا نفس الموضوعات ويبنوا علامة في المستقبل إن شاء الله. وشكرا جزيلا. بدي الفرصة للقائمين بالمؤتمر، دكتور عرفات. شكرا جزيلا. هيكون عندنا بريك 5 دقائق إن شاء الله، وبعد ذاك نبتدي آخر.
Thank you, Dr. Hannah. A 5 minutes break, and we will continue to the session of awards and recommendation. Thank you very much, and stay with us.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the first Utas International Conference on Communication Studies, Media, Communication and Culture in the Digital Age. Here we come, we are getting to the end of our conference, and what is a great honor to have you all of you with us. We will start, inshallah, with the Best Paper Award with Dr. Saeed. Let's welcome Dr. Saeed to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Arafat. Thank you all. Assalamu alaikum. Thanks for all of our colleagues who are joining us from other colleges in Oman, and also the international participants who are with us here. Actually, before announcing the best papers, the winners, we would like to congratulate the winners of the Best Paper Award. And these were selected actually from a list of excellent contributions. I would like to thank all authors who submitted papers and presentations for consideration. And we are grateful to all authors for their contributions. Actually, 2 papers shared the Best Paper Award. And these papers, the first paper is by Dr. Miriam Berg. It's the selection of television programs by Qatari audiences, an interplay between cultural capital, cultural proximity, and the Gulf crisis. And the other paper, which shares the same award, which is the Best Paper Award, the authors of that paper are Dr. Sangeeta. Actually, Dr. Miriam Berg is from the Northwestern University in Qatar. And the second paper, the authors of that are Dr. Sangeeta and Ms. Mona Shahri from Kas Salala, University of Technology and Applied Sciences. And the title of their paper is In the Era of Media Convergence, Advertising and PRs are Still at a Developing Phase in Oman, Problem and Prospects. Please congratulate the winners of the Best Paper Award, and congratulations. So these are, guys, these are the papers on the screen. This is the paper by Dr. Sangeeta and Ms. Mona Shahri. And the other paper, which shares the same award, is by Dr. Miriam Berg from Qatar, the Northwestern University. So thank you all. I would like also to thank the awarding committee, because there's a scientific committee and also external reviewers who were responsible for reviewing the papers. And the same papers were awarded similar. Actually, they were equal, the marks. That's why these 2 papers are sharing the same award. I think I'll give you the space if you want to talk, Dr. Miriam Berg, and the other authors. We'll start with Dr. Miriam.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to thank the ICCS team and the University of Technology and Applied Science for having organized this very successful conference and allowing me to take part in it. I also wanted to express my utmost gratitude to my fellow academics who have selected this study to be the best paper at this inaugural conference. And I'm equally very thrilled and humbled at the same time. So once again, many, many thanks. And I'm looking forward to other UTAS conferences to come, inshallah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Dr. Sangeeta and Ms. Mona, if you want to say something.
I would like to share my happiness and thank you to the scientific committee. Really, it's a great honor for us, and thank you so much. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Is Mona with us?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Saeed. Thank you for the scientific committee. It was a great opportunity, and I would love to thank everyone. And thank you so much. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, guys, and congratulations all. I think Dr. Arafat.
Yeah.
We'll be moving to the recommendation summaries now.
Before I just move to the recommendation session, I would like, on behalf of the scientific committee members, I would like to congratulate the winners of the Best Paper Award. Your papers were definitely rigorous papers. They were reviewed by international reviewers, and they received high appraisal. Congratulations. So let's move now and to the recommendations of the conference. And by the way, this is an initial piece of writing, so it's just initial recommendations. Okay, so can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Yes. Oh, sorry. So I'm going to recite the initial recommendations of the Utas-Iccs conference. So the first recommendation is that the local market should be enhanced. Customers should be provided with rich supply of various products readily available so as to compete with the prevalence of e-commerce sites. The second recommendation is organizations should increase the usage of their official social accounts as a new medium of providing accurate and trustworthy information to the audience. The third, educators should be enlightened on the role of social media in bridging the gap in distance learning as an alternative approach for in-class discussions and presentations. It should be a priority in the new norms of learning environment. Fourth, news media should use social media in its potential as a two-way communication channel, improve its social media strategy for improving public's response and online interaction while dealing with the health and environmental issues of public concern. Fifth, mass media should effectively be used for keeping the public updated on important issues. Sixth, social capital and psychological capital must be dealt carefully to address the work-related issues. Seventh, traditional mass media should actively be engaged in social media platforms by synergizing the values of mass media with the capacities of new media, guided by ethical standards. Eighth, there should be a focus on publishing more youth-related issues and generate a writing style that meets the needs of the young generation. Ninth, increased awareness is needed for public relations and advertising to clear misconceptions from the minds of the public and thus to improve students to join the public relations and advertising industries. 10th recommendation, there should be an improvement in managing internal communication in organizations by having better marketing strategies to counter the negative effects of the direct interactions between customers. 11th, further investigation is needed for investigating the use of social media in academic life to work as a lifesaver during COVID-19 pandemic. And the last recommendation, attention should be paid to local television news bulletins because of their great role in raising economic and political awareness on issues that serve the local community. So on behalf of the committees and on behalf of the organizers, on behalf of everyone who contributed, small or large, we would like to extend our thanks and appreciation for those who contributed to the success of this conference. Thank you so much for making it to the conference. It's been a long time, a year and a half, and now we turned this into a reality. Now I would like to pass over to Dr. Saeed to say something.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Arafat. Thank you all, guys. I think all of you guys are a bit tired actually right now. It's late afternoon. it remains for me to thank you all, actually, the organizers, once again, for inviting me to close this excellent conference. And I hope that all of you have all found it a fruitful, invigorating, and successful event. To close, we would like to thank the organizers, the awarding committees, the scientific committee, and also the reviewers, the keynote speakers, all participants, and all virtual attendees who are with us now and who joined us in the sessions of these conferences over the 2 days, for sharing their knowledge and research outputs, and for volunteering their time to turn this conference into a reality. We look forward to meeting you all again, perhaps in the campus, who knows, or through the virtual platforms in the future. So thank you all. Thanks a lot, and have a great day. So I think we will be closing actually, guys. Any of our colleagues here want to say anything?
Thank you very much, Doctor, for all your effort and support. The mass communication department team and all the members are very thankful for your support and the effort that was done in this conference, and all the other committees which are not maybe visible to all of us, but they made a tremendous effort. Thank you, Doctor, very much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you all, and have a nice day.
You will receive your certificates very shortly. Have a good evening. See you in future research.